Okay, so now my goal in this lecture is to write a program that can detect when a user requests to download a certain file, and when we detect that request we will serve a defined file. This defined file can be a backdoor, a keylogger, or any other file that you want. So what you have to do now is you have to just write a couple of codes. So I already did this, so now I'm just gonna explain how this works. So in the first line, as you can see, which will convert the packet to escape packet, which we are going to need to obviously modify. And then the next line, you can see there is a line: if the current line has a DNS error layer. So when someone downloads a file through the browser, the request and the response is sent through the HTTP layer, not through the DNS layer. So the check in here is that we need to check if the current packet contains the HTTP layer. Now you can skip the HTTP library that I showed previously, which will work great when you want to analyze and print data on screen, but when it comes to modifying the data, it will actually make our code much more complex. Therefore, in this lecture I am going to show you how to manually filter packets that contains the HTTP layer and categorize the packet as request and response, so that we can further analyze these packets and then use this information to modify the packets and achieve our goal. So the first thing I want to do to check right here, instead of checking a DNS error response, so I want to check if this packet contains a HTTP layer. So I am still not sure if it's a HTTP response or request, but if packet contains a HTTP layer with useful data, it will contain that in a raw layer. So basically the way that CPU works is it has main layers, which are the IP and the TCP and the UDP, and then finally at the end it depends the raw data such as HTTP data in the raw layer. So to check if a packet contains this layer, all you have to do is just type raw in here. So then we can print our packets. So we can print, so we can print escape packet, and this will print all the packet that contain useful HTTP data, because as I said, escape data sent in the HTTP layer, so our place is in the raw layer. So if you run this this code alongside with this print as escape packet, without this we will talk about this later. So if you just run this code in a Python, this will just if you go visit any website like bing.com, so and you have actually run the IP tables or in there to redirect the request and response to the program. So I actually show that how to do that, so I'm not gonna do it, so I'm just gonna explain how this will work. So what it will do is it will print the packets that contain HTTP layer with the useful data, and the useful data is actually will be in the raw layer. Now in the packet is actually not so useful, so it is compromised, and we will talk about this later. And when you run the code, you will see that we will have a packet, and you will see that they will have a layers like IP layer or TCP layer, or then in the end it will be like raw layer. Again we will have the useful data that we can read, and then plain text. Now this is great. So what we're gonna do then, we're gonna filter only the packets that contain the useful HTTP data. Now I want to talk about more right now, because these packets are, we are not sure which packets are requested and which packets are responses. So I want to able to differentiate between the response under the request, so that I can understand what's happening when we click a link or when we download the file, and then how to be able to build our attack. So we know that there is a request, because we can see there is a get method or get request on this specific site that you will open like bing.com. and if you look at TCP layer, you will look that in the deport field you will see that it says HTTP deport, and deport means destination port, and this means the destination port of the packet is a HTTP port. So using this S port, which is means source port, and the deport, which is mean destination port of the TCP layer, we can determine whether this is response or request. So if the default is set to HTTP, then this means this is the destination in a deport. So either it's going to be a HTTP port. So but if the port is S port and set to HTTP, that means the packet left from the HTTP port came right into us, which means that this is a response. So we can use a simple if statement. If our code is so what you have to do is you have to write escape packet, and notice that the export and deport are both on the TCP layer. As you can see, export and deport are both on the TCP layer. So we need to first access the layer by doing escape dot TCP. As you can see, escape dot TCP, and the field name that we are looking for is deport, and this is the deport. And we are going to say that this file is equal to 80, which is HTTP. So when you are looking here, you will actually see that HTTP instead of 80. So in our code, we are going to be using 80 instead of HTTP. So if the destination port of the TCP layer is set to 80, then this means that this is a packet leaving our computer to a destination port of 80, which means that it is a request. So we are going to print this request, and the HTTP request that will print the packet show. So now we can add another condition by adding elif, and the second condition that we are going to be use when we are going to check again. So the escape dot TCP, and this time we are going to check if this is S port. So the source port is set to 80. Then this is a packet leaving from the HTTP port and coming back to us, which means that this is a HTTP response, and then I'm going to print the packets that were captured, and if it is request, then it will tell us that it is request. So if it's response, then it will tell us it is response. Now I could literally wrote program straight away, but I wanted to start from basic, so tell you how this is actually works, so that you have a basic understanding of this code, so that you see the process of how you should analyze packets and use the fields to extract the useful stuff to you. So that's it for now. In the next lecture, we're going to run the program. see what happens when someone download a file and see how this program will be very useful to analyze this data and build for a larger program which we will replace the download file with any other file that we want. So now that we have a program that can filter HTTP requests and responses, let's use it to analyze and see what happens when a user clicks on a download key. So what will happen and how we can use this information to hijack this download and server user any other file that we want. So what you have to do now is you can go to any page like WinZip or any page to go and go to the download section. So before that, what you have to do is you have to clear your browser history. So just download a zip file or something like that. So when you click on the download, and that will be the HTTP website, not HTTPS website. So that will only work on HTTP for this code. So we will talk about HTTPS later of the lectures. So when you click download, it's going to download and it will run some code on your machine or on your terminal or which. So the first request should be download request. So as you can see in here, I screenshotted this code, so that screenshot not all of the part, there will be all of the part in upper side and the lower side, but I just screenshotted the main part that we want. So basically what's happening in here is specifying the host, which is the domain where the file is going to be downloaded from, and which is in here. So it's also specifying the file or location of the file on this domain, as you can see on this domain in here. And so basically if you combine this, you will put domain and put followed by this is actually a URL where zip is going to be downloaded from. So you can literally copy this and paste it to any browser and you will be able to download it. So for now and for us to detect if the user is downloading a file that we want to hijack, we can use the value and check if the load contains anything like .exe. So I'm going to go back to my code and type these two lines. So we will talk about this line and this line. So and I'm going to go where I'm detecting a request. So I'm going to go under this, and I'm going to add is a if statement line. So if statement, I'm going to say that if .exe as in my escape packet and access the load by doing a escape.row. So we are accessing the row layer and then we are accessing the load. So basically what we are saying is if exe is a field that of the raw layer, which is basically in here. So if you see a .exe, that means that I want to hijack this, then I want to run my code, and then this is the if statement block. So first of all we are going to print the exe request, then as you can see we are going to print the exe request. So just type these two line, we are just talking about these two line, others are the pretty much the same that we previously described. So that will replace the file. So basically using the exe as a keyload or a trigger our code to hijack the files. So if you are targeting if you want to replace PDFs, then you can change the exe. So you can just simply change the exe to PDF or any other extension that you want. So if you want to replace images, you will use the image extension like JPEG or JPEG or DNG, etc. So if you want to replace any other file, just use the file extension in here, and you can also trigger this code based on anything else that you see in the load. So it all depends on how you are going to analyze the packets and depends on your goal. So this is perfect. Now we are able to detect whatever the user tries to download an exe, so that we can execute any code we want. So right now you might think all we have to do is replace the host in here to any host that we want to replace the URL. So here in this URL you want that you can change any URL that you want, or then you change the URL that you need, then we will be able to replace the file. But unfortunately it's not as simple as this. You can do this, but before you can modify request and send request, you are going to have to manually initiate a TCP handshake. So you are going to have to do that first, and then you can serve the target other files that and target other files that you want. There is a simpler way though. Now we are able to catch the request and responses. As you can see, we are catching their request for the exe or the target file. So we can wait for the response and modify this response. This way the handshake has already been established, and therefore we can modify it without creating or establishing an handshake. So in the next time I am going to show you how we are going to modify the response and successfully replace downloads from any computer that is connected to our network. So in our program we are able to intercept download of a specific file type, and what we are doing so far is we are printing for the download request and responses on the screen. Now in this lecture I want to show you how we are going to able to successfully modify the response, so that when the target requests a specific file type, we will serve them a completely different file. Now this can be like Trojan, backdoor, anything that you want. So going in here, this is the code. When you run this will when you run the Python code, and this will show up, you will get the HTTP request and the result. So as you can see in the responses, it's saying that this is the responses. So it's saying that the load, which is the part of the useful for us usual, it's saying that it is given like 200. As you can see, this means basically it can serve you the request. So the request was the exe in here, and download the unzip file, and basically to server is basically server is saying that you can I can serve you this, but you will see some HTTP headers after that. Then you will see that you will have literally a hex code in here. All of these are hex code in this line, which contains the exe. So this is literally the content of the unzip file, and that's going to be downloaded on the target. So if you pay close attention, you will see that there is nothing in here, and that tells us the response contains a unzip.exe, and it's a response for an exe file. So that's how you know this response is made for the request. As you can see, because as we know, there are lots of requests and responses sent on the network. So sometimes maybe you click on one link, but there is a lot of requests and responses that being sent in the background to serve you that link. So what we need to way to know that the response right here is corresponding. These response, as you can see, these are similar, as you can see. So these two fields, so you can, so we need a way to know this response right here is corresponding to that response. Now in order to do this, we are going to need to pay attention to all the fields in here. If you look at the act in right here in the request, now in order to do this, you have to look in the sequence. So you will see that they are identical. As you can see, they are pretty much identical, and this is how packets are associated with each other. And when this request was sent, it has this ACK number, and then when the server responds and response and that response, the TCP layer is going to create a field that called sequence, and it will put the same number that it received, and this will act as the sequence number. So this is how the system knows that this response corresponding to this request. So it checks if the sequence corresponding to the act. So we can use this same mechanism to check if the response corresponding to the request. So what I am going to do is, we are going to go back to our code. So let's go to our code, and so I am going to have to do is, first I have to create a blank list or ACK list in here, and which will have to do is, which will have to keep this list empty. So just type this and put two brackets, and you will understand why I am using this list in a minute, but let me go through it and it will become more clear. So the reason why I am creating this list here is not inside this function, because you know the function, the process packet function get, then the function the processes, that function gets called every time when you sniff a packet. So if you declare a variable like this one, and that will initialize, after that you initialize, and this variable will create and initialize every time this function get executed, which means every time we sniff a packet. But if you create it in here, this will only be created and initialized once, and we will be able to use it throughout this program. So I am creating an empty list in here, because my code already detects whatever I have an HTTP request, it will also check. So if the request is .exe, a file that will have more .exe extension, so once I detect that, I am going to print, and I have an exe request that will print also. I am going to append this list. So you can add elements to list by putting the list name followed by .append. So as you can see, so this is the app list followed by a .append. So now this is a method that allow us to add element to a list, and the list name of our list is, all we have to do now is put the element that we want to add into the list, because between the bracket and the element that we want to add in here, that will act of this packet, because this is a request, as you can see. So basically what we want to do is, want to add this right here. so that after adding that, we will have the access of this TCP layer and access of this field. So we are going to put the packet name, which is scapy underscore packet followed by a layer of the name, which is scapy.tcp, and the field of the name is ASIC. So now every time there is a request that contain .exe, they are going to be stored in my data, because we are using the append method and the next if statement. So we are gonna if statement in here. So what we already have that checks for the responses, as you can see. Now what we are going to do is we are going to use another if statement, and in this if statement we are going to check if the sequence. So as you can see, we will check if the sequence. So we are going to check if these fields right here contains in my list. Again, note the sequence in here is the same as the AXE in here. As you can see, if pretty much similar. So if the sequence here is contain my data, this is a response that will send, and that I am interested to our scapy to capture this at least. So if statement in here, so again we are going to have to access the scapy packet, then the TCP layer. So scapy underscore packets and scapy.tcp, and this time we are looking for the sequence that we are going to say, and this is my ACK list. Then I am going to print this statement using this replacing file. Then we are going to put this code, and we want in here that we want to replace the download. So as you can see, this will replacing the download. So now I don't need this print statement right now, so just delete, and this one also. So we are done. So we are doing in whatever we detect a request, and that's the interesting to us. So we are gonna store a ACK field, and to the list, and that's called a list. And then in our response method or in our response block code, we are going to check if the sequence of the current response is in my TCP. So if it is, then we are going to replace it, and we are going to put all the code that we are going to replace. So to use the replace file in here, what you have to do is, since we have detected that the sequence is in the list, and we are going to replace it here. So we should actually, as previously, we should always remove the sequence from the list, because we are not going to use it anymore. So in order to do that, we have to use this remove function to remove an element to the list. So we are gonna use append, and so it's exactly this one. So this will remove all those scapy packets or scapy tip.tcp. So that's the method that we can use to remove, and we are going to put the element that we want to remove. So in my case is exactly this one, scapy packets. So we are using the list name followed by .append to add an element to the list. So then we are using the list name to remove the element from the list, and that's it. Now this is the full code, and our code or our program. now detect if the target is downloaded a certain file, and then we can also capture the request from the corresponding to this request. So just run this code on your machine after typing all this code, and what you will get is you will get similar like this. So you will get is like a exe request. So on display it will display the request and the response that is sent to the user. So we are getting a .exe request. So where you actually we don't have that much data like from previously, but we'll get into this. So you can still see that you will get exe request, and we are seeing how we are seeing the show that the request, and we can see that the replacing of the file, and we can see the result of the responses. Now in the next lecture we are going to analyze this response and see how we can modify it so that we can replace the file with any other file that we want. So now our program is able to detect requests that are requested like download and exe. So it was able to detect the request from the corresponding request and that everything on the screen. So if you just run the program and download the file, and if you try to cancel it, you will see that the first detected request here, that will be request.exe, and then you will get like response. So which is like telling me that it's replacing the file that I have in the content for the response packet. So as you can see here, this is the response file from our run code. So and our goal is now to identify the response. So we're gonna serve them to any other file that you want. When someone, instead of downloading the file, we will download a separated file from the victim machine. So as we see and spoke about the previous lecture, we said the part where HTTP data is stored or transmitted into the load, and this is the response. And in the load we can see that there is a 200 OK. So the 200 OK here is actually a HTTP status code. So there is a number of these codes. So this can be returned as response, and in order to manipulate this packet, we need to learn a little bit more about this HTTP response. So what I'm gonna do now is we're gonna detail look at those HTTP response. So this is the HTTP status code. So grow just a simple Google search will give you the result of HTTP status code from Wikipedia, and that this page explain really good. So this page shows a list of HTTP status code, and you can see that the code we are getting right now is 200. So which basically means that I can give you the things that you requested, and then you can see that in here it actually have that contents of a file that transmitted in hex. So what we want to do is, we don't want to say that everything is okay. We actually want to give a completely different file from the file that we target request from a specific site. So if you go and spend some time and looking through the status codes, and if you scroll down, you have a like 300 status code to redirect this client to somewhere else. And this one, what you want to use, this one is 301 move permanently status code. So go to this link. So if you see the description of this status code, and it's a page which will give you a lot more information plus an example, this one. So it doesn't get any simpler than this. So you can see this is the response. We are getting a 301. So previously in our code you are getting a 200. So in here we are getting a 301. So instead of 200, the name of the iterated code is moved permanently. Then we are going to specify the location which contains the file, and that we want to redirect the client to. So what you have to do is you just copy all of this and paste into your command, into your code that we previously typed. So let's run our code, check. As you can see, we paste this file location. So we are going to have to first access our escape packet row layer in the packet. So we are going to say that escape packet dot row. So as you can see, escape dot row. Now we want to modify this load of this packet, and we are going to say that is equal to whatever. So I just copied and paste this in here, and I can use all the method that we can use to string, or I can just make it equal to a string. Now keep in mind that the way that is a response should be sent is aligned in a new line and then location. So you have to type /n or \n before the location. This will basically mean that I have this in my first line in here, and this is the next line. Then I have a new line character, which will basically mean I am going to go down one line, then I have the location now. Or you can just, if you want to fill the paragraph, just type this, it will fill it into a next line. So what you have to do is you have to replace the exe file of the client that we download with another exe. So you can use any backdoor, you can use any credential or harvest or anything you want. So we are going to use this website to replace the file. As you can see, this is the RAL file website. So instead of they try to download any file from like any website like WinZip, they will download this file instead. When I click download, they will download this file. So they will get this exe instead. Now that's perfect. We have modified the relevant part of this packet, which is the part that contains the file. But just like I did in the DNS spoofing lecture, that we need to remove the length or remove the field. The checksum is the IP and the entity layer, as you can see. The reason for that is because we modified the packet, so the value in here should change. We can calculate the manually, but we can just remove or just escape. So you will automatically calculate the value in here for us. So this is very similar what I did when we doing the DNS spoofing lecture, and you would want to do this every time you modify packets. As you can see, we've done a couple of times. So we are going to do a del escape underscore packets and access the IP layer, and we are moving the len. So duplicate this line, then just remove the checksum instead of lem, and then checksum, and then call self from the TCP and checksum from the TCP, and it will be all done. So we remove all the fields that we need to recalculate and escape. So it will automatically recalculate for us. So and finally we have modified the package and we have done all those stuff. So what he still didn't modify the actual, what he still didn't modify is the actual packet that we will send to the target. So what we are going to do is we are going to escape packet, which is literally just a variable that used in the function. So if it's not sent, so again this is exactly like what he did in the DNS spoofing program. We are going to do packet dot set underscore payload, and we are going to set the payload to this string of this escape packet, and which is str. And I actually explained, this is the DNS spoof lecture, that but basically we are converting the packet that we are getting in here to escape packet in this line. So we are going to analyze it and modify the way we want, and finally when we are done modifying, we are going to first convert this escape packet to a string, because as you can see we converted it to a string, because this method expect a string, and then we are saying that this packet that set payload, and we are passing it to the packet that we modified, which is escape packet. Now just save this and test this code. If just run this code on your terminal, so what, and then visit the, so when you download and when you run this code and visit this page, so when you click to the download website and click the link, it will download a completely different file. As you can see, this is the WinZip file, WinZip website. So it will download a WinZip 22, but instead of it, it is downloading winrar56b1.exe, so which is this one, as you can see. So winrar56b1. So this will be downloaded, and you can access it from your download folder or where you download. So that's actually shows that our attack actually works. So you can use this, or and we will see we can use this to change the download file using just simply this 5 line. So make sure you type this right. Now in the next lecture, again we will try to test this, see this in the next lecture in any computer. So once you become the man in the middle, and you will be able to replace any file that they request to download with any other file that you want. Okay, now that we built and tested our program against our local machine, so in this lecture I am going to show you how we can use this in a more realistic scenario against a remote computer, and we replace the file that they download with something else that's useful, and we will replace it with a like credential harvester. Now running this against a remote computer is identical to running the DNS spoofing script against a remote computer. So we will have to run the ARP spoof first, but to get in the middleman. So the IP table rule that we use, what we want to redirect that package coming from a remote computer, not local packets. So then we will run our script, and it's a very simple. It will show you how useful this program is. Now before I do that, I spent a couple of time to just simplify my code. So previously, if you saw my lecture, as you see, there was a lot of many complicated lines. So what I did is I just simplify my code, so for the better use of us. And I think this code looks much nicer. Like if you have a function, for example, that called set, so set underscore load, and I can pass this to the escape package to it, or pass the load right here. So whatever I want to set the load, and which all strings that it will do everything for me. So as you can see, I call the function by, but I actually as you can see, I also define the function as well. So it's telling me that it's an solve references. So if you check my previous code to this one, then I think you will notice the difference. Otherwise it's hard to tell. So just copy this in my previous lecture a couple of lines were under this, so I just copy this to this and I just rename all those escape packets. As you can see, there is no escape packets in here, so all of those turned into a packet. And then what I did is I defined the process packet in here. So I defined two process, as you can see, do function. So I can just minimize this just to focus on the code. So if I wanted to extend it and do more stuff with it, I can also do that, but now our code looks pretty good and I'm pretty happy with it. So if you go and test this on a remote machine, what you have to modify now is I have to modify an completely different file that I don't want to serve this same file. Previously I served a WinRAR file from a website, so now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna serve a file from this machine to the target who will download something from like WinZip page. So what I did is I just specify my location. As you can see, this is the location of this exe evil underscore or evil file exe. So I just specify this because what this will do is when someone download WinZip or from a vulnerability site, it will download this file rather than downloading the original file from the website. So I have that already stored in my web root. So remember I said in Kali machine it comes with a server. So just go to this location and create a file, and this will send to the file. So just then what you're gonna do is just click this and make sure you type all this right. As you can see, there is no error in my code. Now what you're gonna do is you're gonna run this program. So first you have to start your Apache to database. So first just start a database, then you have to flash your IP networks, then because then you need to run the IP tables rule that we use to redirect data coming from the remote computer. So flash to remove everything from our IP tables, and then we usually run the output and the input. So we redirect the data coming from the input and the output chain when running on a remote computer. As I explained before, we do this to accept like a chain or as usual. So there is a number of ways to become a man in the middle. I actually explained a few of them in my previous lectures. So becoming the man in the middle using ARP spoofing, and we built a tool that allows us to do so. So what I'm gonna navigate to my tool, which is the directory of ARP spoof, and then just run your Python code. Then this will put me in the middle of the connection. So make sure you run this code perfectly on your terminal. So what this tool will do is it will replace .py or the Python file into a evil file that we selected typed in our as you can see this file. So what I will now do is you go to the page, you go to this page and press download or press in here. What will this do will, it will showing me that as you can see evil.exe, this file will be downloaded. As you can see, this file will be downloaded. So if you run this file on your Windows machine, as I cannot do that because I am on my Kali Linux machine, so it cannot really initiate this exe file directly. So what if you send this file on Windows, then what it will do is, and if you run, otherwise it won't work. If you run this file, it will give your security permission from your Windows. So make sure you disable the security before saving this file, because otherwise you cannot save this file. So if you run it, so what it will do is it will save a text file, and it will save a username and password that is stored on those machine that you downloaded this file on. So it will save a password and username on those machine that will be vulnerable. So then you will be managed to do this without sending the target anything. The target willingly went and tried to download, will then do this automatically, and you will get the username password if that is stored in their machine. So that's all about replacing download on the network. Now, in order to sniff or capture that data that is being sent to or from one of our interfaces on our computer, we can use a function called sniff that comes with SCAPI. So in this lecture, I am going to give you a basic example of sniffing data through an interface on our computer, and then as usual we will start building on that as we go through on this lecture. Now I already created the project and typed all of this and packages and functions. So I have already imported SCAPI as we have doing. So as you can see, I created a function and I'm going to call this function as sniff, and I'm going to make this function and take a variable called interface. As you can see, the interface, and this will be the interface that will be sniffing or capturing data. Now inside this function, I am actually going to call escape function, escape function, and then one of the function is sniff as well. Now this function can take a number of arguments. The one I want to use is first of all the interface. So it's called escape because this is basically specifies the interface that you want this function to sniff on, and because we are taking the interface as an argument for our own function, we will just pass that on. So we are going to give this interface the next argument that I want to use, an argument called store. So and what this argument does is basically tells escape not to store packets in memory so that it doesn't cause too much pressure on the computer. So we'll be printing packets and doing stuff with it later on, but I'm telling you that I don't want you to store anything for me. So we are gonna set this to false, as you can see, false. And the last argument that I want to use is the pre argument, and the argument allow us to specify a callback function what we mean by a callback function is that this function will be called every time when the function captures a packet. So for each packet that we capture, that will be executed to another function for us, and then just I also implemented this, and it will be in here, as you can see. So first of all, I have to give the name of my call function is here, which is like process snipped argument or PRE argument, and this call the function called sniff packet. So this is the sniff packet. Now we can see that the escape chart is still on me, and it is a, so if it does any something wrong, it will show a unsolved reference. So just type this similarly just like mine, and it will all just fine. So now what I will define is my program that what I need to do is, and I just need to go and create another function in here, and which is process sniff packets, and this function is going to have a take in a packet. So this is the packet that we actually received or sniffed. So in here you can do whatever you want. You can filter this packet, you can modify it, you can do a lot of cool stuff. So what I want to do right now is simply just print the packet that we sniffed, and later on we will be doing more complex stuff. So right now all I'm doing is just do a print packet, and as you can see it will just simply print it. Now what you have to do now is I have to call a sniff function, and I'm going to give it to my interface, which is ETH0. So as you can see, my connection is from ETH0. So give your own connection. This might vary from machine to machine or virtual machine or your Windows machine, it will vary. So make sure you choose the right one. So if you target a Wi-Fi network, you have an interface that called 0, and if you target a wired network, it will have a 1 instead of 0. So in my case, it is ETH0. So this is the interface that I am using. So when you run this code and you will execute it, and you will see this main function that I defined as the sniff function, which takes an interface and which refers to the interface that we want to capture data on. Then the function we are actually calling another function, which is like a function made by Scapy, and this function will do is hard work for the sniffing data. This function will do the all hard work, that is following through the interface that we give as the IFACE interface or IFACE argument. We are also telling this function that please don't start anything in memory so that it doesn't cause too much load on my computer. And finally I am telling this function that on every packet that you sniff or every piece of data that you sniff, I want you to call another function called sniff packet. Then I define the other function, which is called process next packet sniff packet, and this function will take a packet which is the packet that we have sniffed, and we are literally just printing this packet on this screen to make sure that everything is working properly. And then this is my main program. I call this as sniff function, pass to this ETH0, and because this is an interface and this is connected to the network we are targeting. Now in this lecture I am not going to become a man in the middle, because right now in this few lectures while we are building this sniffer, it's much easier to test on your own computer. So you can just try this using your browser to generate traffic. So if you just test your sniffing, it will work just fine. It will automatically work when we become a man in the middle, because when we become man in the middle, the earpiece proofer or the program that we put us in the middle will do the all hard work, and it will automatically make the data flow through the ETH0. So the sniffer doesn't have to do anything. All it's doing is going to analyze the read and data flow from the ETH0, and the ARP spoof of our machine is the middle program, and that you will use is actually put us through the middle of the connection, forcing data from other computers to flow through the ETH0. So all of this will be from in here. So just try this and just open a terminal and try this program. So when you run this program, it will generate some traffic from the website that you will be visiting, like bing.com or something like that. So when you go to your bing.com after opening this code, you will see that there is actually flowing through or capturing data or traffic through our program, and that will be displayed on the terminal. So now, as I said, if you wire in the man in the middle, this data will automatically go through it. So whenever your target tries to go somewhere or do something, it will flow through ETH0, and the program will be able to read it, and we will have an example on that on future lectures. Now I know that what you are thinking. Your thinking is that it has nothing useful to us, but in the next lecture you will see how we can dissect these packets and extract useful data such as username and password from them. Now previously, after running our previous code, we were able to capture or sniff packets that go through a certain interface on our computer, but because on our previous code it was after capturing it was pretty much useless, because it was very hard to read, and if you run that code you will notice that it's kind of looks like gibberish. And now the reason why it looks like gibberish, because that is all the packets and all the data that is flowing through the interface. So if we want to read the interesting stuff, we are going to have a filter. We are going to have to filter this and find this interesting stuff within all of the gibberish. So in this lecture we are going to have a look on the more basic about filtering the data, and then again we will build up as we go through in this topic. So the easiest way to filter packet is using the filter argument in the sniff function in here, as you can see in here. So right now we are passing 3 arguments, and we can also pass another argument which is like filter. Now that argument allow us to filter packets using BPF or packet filter syntax, but I am going to include a link in the as you can in that video that will filter all of it as you can use. But using it is pretty simple. Basically, let's say you are looking for a packet that are being sent over the UDP, then all you have to do is just type UDP. Now UDP is a protocol that's usually used for sending videos, audio plays, phone calls and search, because it's much more quicker than normal TCP. And another example, let's say you are only looking for ARP packets, then you can just type an ARP here, and you are going to look for a TCP packet, then you just type TCP. You can also put there based on ports. For example, let's say you are looking for captured data that is used on a certain service on a certain protocol. So for example, let's say your target is looking for FTP password. Now we know that FTP is used on port 21, so you can say that port 21 is here to capture the data, and that's only sent to port 21. Again, you can use any types of port that you want. For example, you can use 80 to capture data that's sent to the web servers, because web servers are web servers that are run on port 80 by default. So now, like I said, there is a large number of ways to write filters, and the way to do it is using PPF Riscaffe syntax that I'll tell you later. The problem is that our goal is to be able to capture the username, password or URL that targeted is entered in their browser, but unfortunately the BBF syntax or the filter argument that does not allow us to filter packets that being sent over the HTTP. So the packets being sent to the websites or from websites, therefore we are going to be able to install a third-party module to able to filter the HTTP packets. So first of all, I am going to use like any PAP before. Now, and what I have to do now is we don't we can import this saying by typing like escape.layers or escape.sniff, any of these as you want. But now we are going to send the each packet, that means sniff, that will execute the function right in front of the function of the prints. The packet that will sniff, and our goal right now is to print only HTTP packets. So what I'm going to do, first of all I'm going to use an if statement. As you can see, to check if the packets has a HTTP layer, so we're going to say that packets has a layer HTTP request. So basically what we are saying is, if our packet has a layer and the layer that we are asking if it has, and it is a HTTP request, so my packet has that layer, so I want you to print the packet for me. So instead of printing all packets, we are using a simple if statement in this simple statement. So you are checking in this statement if the package has a layer. So there is a method that implement by just okay. So the reason for this is because URL, image or password or pretty much everything that is sent using a web browser is sent using a HTTP layer. So this is what contains interesting stuff for us. That so we are saying if the packet has an HTTP layer, I want you to print this packet for me. Now if you run this program and if you run that any site that you are using, like any Bing site, just search anything, then you will still get a lot of data in here. So previously, as we told about, this is the result that we got from our previous code, and this code, as you can see, this is much better than previous one. You can see the URLs, and you can see that, as you can see, requesting the particular URL, we are also able to see the images and HTTPs and user agent and all of this. But before, as you can see, it was pretty much like gibberish. You cannot really do anything in here or detect anything from here. So this is much better than what we did before, but still it's not great. But it's useful stuff, but it's not great, and it's still it hidden a lot of data. As you can see, lot of data is still hidden. So in the next lecture, we'll continue building our code, and we will see how we can extract only the useful part that we want. Okay, now as I said, our sniffer is able to capture anything that is sent over the HTTPS. So anything that is sent through the browser on HTTP website, not HTTPS. So we will talk about bypass the HTTPS later. So I showed you how you can capture URL and all of that. Now event password will be sent and it will be captured. So let me show you an example. First of all, just visit a website that uses a HTTP login, not HTTPS, because like I said, it will not work against HTTPS. So that will cover later. Now we'll just go and look for a dictionary login on a HTTP website. So this is the one. So what you're gonna do is you're gonna just put a test email and a test password for just something big like 10 or 12, more than 10 will be enough to spot, because there will be a lot of result in our terminal. So and we will get a lot of information. So just press enter and just try to find your password in your terminal. So you are able to then capture it there. So the username, as you can see, so as I said, everything will be captured in escape and we are being able to display in here. Now the same idea can be used to capture the FTP packets. So if you just set the port to 21, like I told you before, you will be able to filter argument and so on. Now I still don't like this because there is still a lot of information. This page will, as you can see, I'm just captured a single page, but this will this page will load a 1000 and huge data. So it's hard to find the thing that you want, like username and password. And if you think of it, if you are actually doing against a proper computer, it will be very hard for you to spot the username and password. So you will be able to see it. So now we will be able to see it how this actually works when you after login and look it up. But in a real life scenario, it will be very hard for you to spot it. So what I want to do now is I want to add some kind of filter to my program so that I can only see username, password and not like other stuffs. So let's open our code. So I already did the coding part. So let me just describe. Okay, let me save first. So as we know from the previous lecture, the previous code will show me all the layers and the packet and the fields like this, as we previously, like this all. Okay, not like this all the results. But now we are gonna use a filter so that it simplifies for us to capture our username and password detail. The reason why I am doing is because I want to see which layer and which field is used to send the password. So if I know which layer in which field, then I can program my program in here so that it will only print layer in this field. So just type print packet dot show, it will do everything. So just type this without this. Okay, this will be talk in late future. So we will just type without this. So you will just print without like this. So after you print like this, it will show up like this. So the packet, right? So as you can see, we have only captured a single page, but we have other layers and other information that is stored in this terminal. So we have like in here like Ethernet, and now also we have to set such as we have a Ethernet and so you can use like So as you can see, this post result a many description about Ethernet, your source, your IP version and flags, and many of these areas, your TCP port, S port, D port, and also your flags and your checksum, and all of those result will be shown. Then after that it will show that as you can see, this that we typed, we saw in here, as you can see, test a username, and as you can see, this is the username, test@gmail.com, and this is the password. So now what we have to do is, now we have to filter all of this, like all of this stuff, we have to filter this out. So we are able to filter those HTTP layer. What I am trying to say is that this is just an example, and in future we will be looking at a data inside a different layer. Then all you have to do is now go to our code, and all you have to do is now delete so instead of printing a whole of this packet.snow.everything, what we will do is, now we will use another if function which will detect this specific, as you can see, this raw. So we'll just filter this raw out in here. So, and we're gonna use, and we're gonna delete this show, and we're gonna type and insert, and okay, let me wait. So what we have to do now is, we have to specify this escape dot with the one we want to specify, like raw one. So raw, then what you have to do is, you have to type load. Okay, you have to type like this, I think. Okay, as you can see, there is no error right now. So, and as we have a field called load, so this is just the field name similar to the field. So if I want to check if a packet has a specific layer, you do like packet dot has layer, and put the layer name in here. And if you want to print that layer, you are going to do packet, then square bracket, layer name, which is escape.raw. And then if you are looking for a specific field, then you do the name of the field, which is load. So this applies to all the packets that you are going to capture, not only for the HTTP packets. So if you understand this, you will be able to adopt this to any situation that you want, or any goal that you want to achieve. So let's just let's type this and run onto your terminal and log into that page again, logging to this page again, and then load up the terminal. And finally, as you can see, just this 3 line with username and password will load up, and all of these all of these and this will not, any of this will not load. So only this will the part that we want, that we specify, that this will only load. As you can see, we can see our username and we can see the password. Now I know I kind of covered a lot of things in this lecture, but they are all related, and that's why I wanted to put them in the same lecture. So even if it looks a little bit difficult, don't worry about it. We are going to be using this more on the next lectures, and we're also going to build our code. So make sure you don't mistakes any of this code, otherwise you will face many problems. So make sure you follow all the codes like mine. Just type it similar to this and it will work just fine, and make sure you this one, otherwise it won't capture anything. Make sure you write this internet, this one. This will vary from machine to machine, so make sure you check which one is yours. So we are going to be using this more on the next few lectures. So we are actually going to be accessing more field and more layers, and like I said, the way to accessing the field and these layers is the same, so you will be able to understand it more as you go through to our lectures. So far in my previous couple of lectures, I have been bragging about building a tool to become the man in the middle using ARP spoofing, and I said that it allows me to pretty much see anything that any person does on the same network. And then I showed you how to create a sniffer to see the URLs and the username and password to send or receive by a specific interface. I also said that if this works on my local machine, it will also work. So if I become the man in the middle, so all the testing that we did was against our local machine or against the computer that we didn't really run in any real life scenario. So what I really want to do in this lecture is to use a combination of the ARP spoofing tool that we created and redirect the flow of packets, so that the packet sent or received by this window machine will have a flow through me. Then also use my sniffer that I created, so that I can see the URLs of that person that accesses, and you give the username and password that they sent if they log into my service online. Now before I do any of this, this is a very easy lecture. We are just testing our tools and they should work because they work locally. So I want to spend a couple of minutes to define the code, because I already typed all of this code to run this, because as you can see it is pretty much a big code and it also has many functions. So as you can see, there is not even a single error, so it will work just fine. So for the time saving purposes, I just already typed this so that I can just define all of this and then get back to the result. So the first thing I did modify is my print statement. So the first print statement is here, and this statement prints the URL. So if I just want to say that HTTP request that give me the request, then I put a like plus. As you can see in here, which will print a line that possibly contains a username and password. So if I want to make this stand out, I already modified this code. So if you follow my previous lectures, you will realize that this code really looks different, because I modified almost every part to, I think, visualize it better or looks better for coding purposes. So next thing what I want to talk about is move all the function that we know that literally construct my URL. Just like I have a function that call and get takes a packet into this function and return all of this, which is the URL, that I can say that elf def is equal to, get your packet, and the next thing I have to do is talk about is the copy of the function. So just create a function and create a call of this function to log into the info. So let me just define from first to last. So as you can see, these are all those imported from escape.all, as you can see, and also define the sniff interface, which I previously all described about this, and then we will get the get URL packet, which will return the packet from this HTTP request, and it will also packet from this HTTP path. Then after this, we will get the get login info packet. So in this function, we will use this hash layer. Hash layer will use this row, as previously I saw what this row does. Then what will this do is it will load all those into and it will define the keyword as just username, user login, and password will be password pass. So just use a function and then return the load. So after that, now sniff the PUI or process sniff. Now the ARP spooner is running as a. So we are going to say that if we have a login info, we want to use our print statement, so which will print the load. So it used to print the load, but now I want to print the login info, and because that is the variable that has the login info, so the now code looks pretty much prettier. So it is already factored. So if you just save and run this, you will get results similar like this. So just first, what you have to do is you have to start the sniffer on your terminal, then go back to the directory of this ARP spooner and use it to poison my Windows machine that we want to target. So we are running it exactly the same way that we run it in previous lectures. So just run it doing the pythons and run the code. So I am now in the man in the middle attack connection. So and therefore everything the client and the Windows machine will do flow through this terminal on ETH 0 on our code. All go through from this network. So make sure you do this right. Now what you have to do now is you have to capture the filter in exactly the same way it was doing, and we are testing it against our local machine in our previous lecture. So what you have to do, just go to any website, or in our case we visited or tested on Bing website, and when you go to the Bing website, it will capture all the URLs and all the JavaScript file and image file. As you can see in here, it directs all those JavaScript, all those image file, and all of those in here. So what you have to do now, what you have to do is go to your login page of the dictionary and clicking the, so just log in using your test Gmail and test password, which is like 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, and just press enter. And if we go up and look for it in our packet traffic, as you can see, this has possible username and password in here. As you can see, login username is test@gmail, as you can see, test@gmail.com, and password 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 that we previously did in this case. So this is perfect, and as you can see, we can manually build our own tools to run an AR spoofing spoof. But we get the tag, also we get the sniff from our attack. So as I showed before, make sure you type your code perfectly or without any error, because I did a couple of errors and it took me like 10 to 15 minutes to solve. So that's why I always told you to correct your code, so at the end you don't face any problem. Now the method that I showed you, when we are sniffing data and filtering them, our generic, and like I said, it used to filter any type of data. So if we are looking for FTP password, if you are looking for just the images or download the images or do whatever you want, really you can use the same way that I showed you with filtering and with analyzing the data filter and the data that based on the layer and the access of the field. So that's really very useful to you, and use all the tools and all the things that I showed you to access all the useful information that you are looking for. So firstly, we are going to start writing a very simple evil file. So we will use it as a warm-up. So you get used to the idea of all of those files when we are going to build up, so and how we are going to use it. So I am going to transferring and testing them from this Linux machine to my original main machine, which is Windows 11. So the file that I want to build is going to allow me to execute system command on the system that it gets executed on. So this file that I already typed will work any operating system as long as use the command that works with the operating system. So if you put a Windows command, this Windows command will work on Windows computer. So if you put a Unix command, then it will work on Macs or Android or even Linux. So for this lecture in all, we are going to be using the program or the evil file that we built as in a Python script, and at the end I will show you how we can package this program as executable for Windows or Linux OS. I already have my, as you can see, PyCharm is running here, and already created a new project and a new file. So this new project is executed command, and the new file I just didn't rename it because I just typed it for the testing purpose also, but for this we're gonna use this as main. So and this file is going to be very simple. It is going to take a variable, so that we call this variable a command, and this is going to be the command that I want to run, and that we are going to use the sub process. So first we have to import this sub process. So as you can see, I imported the sub process, and this is a module that we see before, and I am used a number of programs. So sub process dot popen, popen is one of the functions that you can use with sub process in order to execute system commands. The cool thing about the popen is that it executes the command that you give it, and it continues the program execution. So it doesn't wait for the command to exit or finish the execution. So the command that we are going to execute is going to be the command that is stored in a command variable, and we are going to set a shell to true. As you can see, we set our shell to true, and that's it. Our script is done. Very simple. It takes a command variable and it executed the command using the popen function of the sub process module. Now like I said, the command here in here can be anything as you want. So as I previously told, it can be any command you want for any operating system. So you can use a Windows command in here. So if your target is an Windows, you can put Unix command. If your target is for Linux, you just use Linux or UX command. Now for this, because I want to keep this very simple, I am using this command for Windows. Now we are going to be using a very simple Windows command. So if I just go to my Windows machine and go to my command prompt and just type message star you have been hacked, just type this. So as you can see, it will pop up an command prompt for that we have typed, followed, as you can see, just type followed message followed by star. So obviously this is nothing useful, but it just works for our example because I want to show you that this script will execute any system command that you want. So in this command we are just going to use the exact same command that we use right now. So where we use this same, as you can see, this is the same command that we used for this Windows machine. Now just save this file, and it will save the file in your Python charm directory. As you can see, my installed on home Kali. So in this, as you can see, this is the project and this is the Python main file. So what you have to do now is we are going to transfer this file to Windows machine. So just copy this file and go to this var www html, and I created a separated folder for this, which is evil file. As you can see, I already pasted it in here. So in here, so I actually manually made a directory called evil file. So you can write, so you can just right click and create a new folder, and in here, so you can paste this and send this to the Windows machine. Now as you probably know that Kali comes with a web server. So if I just, what you have to do now is you have to just turn on your Apache, and as you can see, my connection IP is 192.102. so let's just type this 192.168. As you can see, I already typed it in here. So as you can see, this is the IP of Windows Kali machine, and this is the folder. So just type this. As you can see, it shows all the file that is all. Just click save, and we're going to save in desktop. So just save. So what you're gonna do is now we're going to run this program in our Windows machine. So just type cd desktop because I saved it in my desktop. So just go to your desktop directory and run the python.exe and the file that you downloaded. So our file is main.py. so main.py. Now I know this is not the best way of running evil file, especially when you're targeting a person and you're using social engineering to get that person to run your file, and you cannot tell them to install the Python first but then run it in this way. But we're going to just testing, and later on I'm just going to show you how you can package this into a normal exe or even make it look like image or PDF or any other file. So we are going still in our testing stage. So, and all the programs that we are going to build, they are going to have a Python extension, and we are going to test them in like this. So for now I'm going to just press enter. As you can see, we got this command prompt which we typed in our Linux. As you can see, you have been hacked. So as you can see, the message box works, and basically the code that we use inside our script right here got executed. Now this is a very simple script. The main reason why I made a full lecture on this script, because I want to get comfortable with you in this way, because I am going to be transfer files between Linux and target operating system. So in the future I'm not going to show you how to copy and paste to Linux machine to Windows machine, and how to download it from target computer to main computer. So I'm just going to cut that part and directly go to the action procedure. So that's why I already show you in here at first, because that's why you can just have a basic idea how you can transfer files, whether it is Windows or Linux OS. And I also get you to comfortable with the way that we are going to write a simple script, and that will execute command and do the evil stuff on the target that are useful to us. The code that we built so far is actually very useful, because it can be used to execute any system command on any system. So if you target a specific or unique based command like Linux or Mac OS X, then you will be able to run any unique based command, and these commands allow you to pretty much gain full control over the system. So if your target is Windows, then you can run any Windows command, plus you have all the PowerShell command that you can run on Windows 11, 10 or 8, and those basically like allow you to gain full control over the system. So now I want to take this one step further, and we are going to extend the script that we previously coded. So we are going to extend it, and first of all we are going to execute a command, then send us the result of the command on our email. So in many cases we are not interested into executing the command itself, but we are interested in the result that this command returns. So let me show you an example. First of all, I am going to just go to my system command or Windows command prompt. Let's just maximize this. So as you can see, I just typed net sh ylan show profile. So this will show all the profiles that your computer or when your main machine is connected or previously connected. So as you can see, I am currently on my, as you can see, Wi-Fi on connected, which is on Akash, and also I connected previously, which is Tanvir Home. So these two are the connected profile that my machine is connected previously or connected right now, and this will, so let's just show all the information of this specific Wi-Fi profile. So just type net sh Wi-Fi line show profile, same as easily, and just type this name that you want to show the details. As you can see, if you just press enter, you will see I will get all the information about this network if I want to. So as you can see, it will give you all the information about this Wi-Fi profile, except for the password. As you can see, there is no password information in here. So what now we are going to do is we are going to get our password in this profile without doing anything. So just what you have to do, CMS previously, net sh Wi-Fi line show profile X, and at the end just type key is equal to clear. So you will see and I will see that Wi-Fi password of this specific network is in here. As you can see, this is the Wi-Fi password. So I will even see the Wi-Fi password for this network, so which is right here. So this is an example of a command that we are interested in its result. So when this command is executed on the system, it doesn't really do anything useful to us unless we can see the result, and this is what the execute and report script are useful. So basically the script that I will build now and should be able to execute this command and send all of this result by email so that I can or you can read it. So as you can see, the Wi-Fi password is in here. So this is an example of a one command that returns the useful result, but you can extend this to any scenario so that you can even run like a standalone program, and that for example like still password and then email that password. So let's see how we can do that. So first of all, from the previous processes, as you can see, this is the code that we will do in here, but I already typed in here. But as you can see, this is pretty much similar to previous code, but we did some modification. So let's talk about how each one of these do. So first of all, it's important is the sub process, and I also import the SMTP lab. So this is the another library. This allow me to send emails from my Python code to the name of the library, which is smtplib. Then I'm going to write a function called send email, and this will allow me to send email from the Python code. Then from this function we are going to write email, then password, and then message. Email address, password, and message. So is the content of the message that we want to send. Now the first thing we need to do is create an instance of an SMTP server, and we're going to use the SMTP library to do that. So server SMTP library, and this is the instance SMTP. So as you can see, the server is equal to smtp lab.smtp. So this is going to create an SMTP server instance. So for me, which I created this object, I need to give this server that I want to use, and we're going to use a Google SMTP server because Google allow people to use their own server to send emails and addresses to their server through smtp.gmail.com. And the second argument here is the port. So Google run their server on port 587. So I'm using this port and I'm using this server because this is the Google server and this is the port that Google run their server on, and this the 4 line in here. It will create an instance of an SMTP server. So it's going to store that in my server variable so that I can use that in order to send by email. So the next thing I'm going to do is initiate an TLS connection using the server that I just created. So I'm going to do is server dot start TLS. So we're going to need to log into our email so that you can send the email. So this is the similar when you go to like gmail.com and log in using email and password. So we're going to say that server dot login, and then email and the password of this section, and this will pass to the function. So we are going to log in with email and password, and finally we are going to set our email by saying server dot send email, and we are going to set our email and also email. The second and the third argument is the message, which is the content of the email. So we are going to set this email from our own email. So this is going to be email variable. So we are going to set this email as our email, and we don't want to send this to another person. So the content of this message is going to be the message that again, so we got it as a input to this function. Now once we are done with using the SMTP server, we are going to have to close it by server.quit. So now we have a generic function called send email. As you can see, this is the send email that we can use to send an email with a specific message. Now the nice thing about this is that we can use this function into any other code that we might need. So in order to send an email, we might want to just send an email to a person. So we might want to save a report from our own computer, so we can use it for evil stuff like this, and we're going to use it right now. So basically the way this function works is it takes an email and takes a password into a message. So it starts with server variable, and that is an instance of an SMTP server using the SMTP library. And when we create an object, you have to specify the server that you want to use. So we are going to use the Google SMTP server, and we are specifying the port of the Google that we use for this server, which is 587. And then we are going to works or initializing the TLS connection. So then we're going to go like use our username and password, then we send the email from our email to our email, then this pass to the function, and then it queries the server. So now in our code, first of all we need to change from our previous script. So we need to change something. So what you have to do, you have to change the command to this, because as you can see, this is the command that we are going to put in here, because and this is the result that we will get from our email. So just type this and this. So after that we are going to type. So we spoke about this command, and we can see how it works. Then we are going to using the sub process to run this command, but instead of using a p open that we previously did, we are going to use check_output. So this is a function that in sub processes that execute a command and return its result. And we can actually have this detailed lookup on our previous lectures. So previously we opened popen, so that we have to click and open all of those manually, but by doing this check output it will do automatically. So I'm going to capture that in a variable called the result. So I'm going to use my email. This is my email, and this is the set password, which is this one, abc123 and abc12. Then the content of the message, that is going to be the result, that comment we have done. So this is the result. So basically this is the full code that what you have to do, and that's all it. Then what you have to do, as I previously told, that copy this file into a var or www directory to file, then download this into your Windows machine. So I'm not gonna show this now because as I previously told you. So just run this Python code into your Windows machine and this will just work fine, and that will give you an email to this email. So after running this Python code into your Windows command or Windows terminal, this will just show, this won't show anything after running this Python code. If you just, it will just send you an email, and make sure, and first of all make sure is less secure app access is turned on, because I cannot really show you the email process because as you can see the setting is not available for the account because my account has a two-step verification is enabled, so I cannot really show you the email process. But those who have not who have enabled not enabled this two-step verification, then it will just send, it will go to your email and you can just get all of those results that you got in here. So it will get you all the results in here to your email. Basically I cannot show you, as you can see it will not show me the less secure apps access, that's why I cannot really show you the, but this will work just fine if you just run this code on your Windows terminal using the way that we previously show in our previous script that I showed you, how to just run a Python code on a Windows terminal and how you can transfer from Linux to Windows. So same way, just open or just run this Python code and it will give you an email and send to this specific email that you select in here. So if you just look to your Gmail account and refresh it, and you will see that you will get a new message, and if you look at the message you will get a sense that it will exactly the same information that the Wi-Fi network showed, like Wi-Fi password and all of this in here. So you can get all the Wi-Fi network information in this email using this server. So you will get like Wi-Fi password or key from this network to your email, and that's how you do it. Okay, now the script that we created is actually very useful because it uses the send email function, which is a generic function that you can use to send emails from our Python code to many scenarios, and it does its job well because it's executed a command and it says the result to an email. But I don't think this script is useful to a real life scenario, because if you don't look at the command that you are running, you will notice that in the command that I am specifying the network. This is my network. So this is the network name that I want to get its password. So in order for me to use this in a real life scenario, I need to know the name of a network that is that the target has connected, so that I can get its key. A better script would be the one that can list all the network that the target computer has connected to and then get me the password of each of this network. So let's try to implement a script like this. Now in order to write this script, I am actually going to modify the execute and report, and I am going to do that on a Windows machine. Usually I like to write my program in a Kali, because in real life you will probably always be using Kali Linux when you are doing a penetration testing. Now it's just that I am just more comfortable with that, and for you it's better to be more comfortable programming with Kali. When it comes to the testing and when it comes to the making this lecture, I think I can explain it better. So if I actually modify this script here on Windows. I actually did it. So if you are to care about the steps that we're going to take or what the output is going to be look like, so you can actually install PyCharm on Windows that like me, or you can use any other text editor like Sublime Text. Just install it. Pretty simple, both Sublime Text and PyCharm. Just press next and it will install. Pretty easy process. Now the goal that our script is first of all to list all of this, all the network or the profile that the target computer is connected to, and we can do that as we see before, doing a net stat. As you can see, these are the two profile. So this command is going to be executed at the line, as you can see, and that will store all the output of the result variable. Now I am going to rename this variable to a network because, as you can see, right now this is not the final result that we want. This is the network name. Now the next thing we need to do is able to access to the network name right here is to get this network name right here if there are more obviously accessible to all of them. So we are not interested into the whole output in here. We are interested on the network name, specifically this or this group 0. This is the group 0. This is the group 1. So, and to do that, first of all, I am going to import re. As you can see, previously we didn't import anything like that, as you can see. So we are going to import re. So just put comma and import all of this. You can also import separately, but for simplifying the process, I imported all of this side by side. So usually we import module name, and then on the next line we import module name, and it's just I'm just import all of them at once in the same line. So I'm separating them by commas, as you can see, by commas. And once I have done that, I can use it, and I'm also going to use it in here after I get the networks. And I'm going to say that my network is okay, so network name is equal to research. So first argument that we want to search for anything that start with profile. So the first thing we're going to do is literally type profile, and then we can expect any number of blank spaces, as you can see. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a backward /s to account for one blank space. Then I'm going to put a star, this one, to save that, and I can accept any number of like spaces. Then this will be followed by a column, and it will be followed by another blank space. Now usually when I go to this and show you that how I come up with these regex, but I think that we have done that a lot of time, and it's actually simple enough, and we should be able to come up with more straight away like that. Even we need to use the Pythax. So regular expression that I'm using right now is going to match profile, followed by any number of blank spaces, followed by a colon, this one, this colon, this colon, and followed by one more blank space. So it's going to match all of this. So after this we want to expect any character, so we can do is dot star, and before I do that I'm going to, you have to like separate this into two groups. So this is going to be the my first, so I'm going to create another group, to put two brackets. As you can see, so we're going to print this network name and first group. So as you can see, this is our first group, so it will print this one. And then the rank is network show, and I should comment or descend mail. So we should disable this line because we are not going to send mail, we are just going to print. So the actually main reason I separated my regex into a group, so that I have a second group, so which is the one that I am interested in, and I have the first group, which is the only that used as a keyword in order to match my interesting text. So I'm going to mark this first group as uncapturing group. So this is not going to include in the result, but mark as the first group as non-capturing group, and that's not included in the result. And to do that, we have to type like in here question. But if you remember the original output that we are getting, we actually have two network in that output. As you can see, two network. Not only our network, but this is where we're actually going to use something new this time. So we are going to use re.findAll. So we're going to use this, and we are just going to print network name. So, but instead of only finding the first text of the matches, the regular expression, it will actually look for the text that matches our regular expression and the whole string. And this is more than one piece in the string that we are passing in the network in here. So we can match this in a regular expression. So it will match them all, and it will put them in a list. So we actually won't even need to use this in a group here. So as you can see, I deleted the group part, so it will automatically put everything in a list. So now I'm just going to print this network underscore name as is. It actually going to print it as a list for me. And as if you just print or run this in your command or terminal, you will see that there will be show a list in which element in a pitch of string that matches the regular expression. So the first element in this list is the first network, and the second element in this list is going to be the second network. So you can actually see the powerful project, which is looking like a number of times that we use it throughout this program, and we can load and find all these. Actually a very useful function, this one, find all, because it has different use than what you can see so far, and it is a nice way of capturing the useful data. So if it occurs multiple times in a single string, like our example in here, if we had 10 dot or red torque stored in this computer, then the command we are running here return all of those 10 networks. So if your computer has a 10 network, then if you use this find all, it will give you all the auto print a list of all the network of those 10 network. Because I have only 2, it will show me the 2 network only. So this function define all the function that will automatically create a list of all sizes which each element of a network name, just like we have in here. We have only show a couple. So I don't want to make this too complicated. So next we're going to see we can iterate over this list and then run a specific command for each element, combine the result of this command and send it as a single email. So if we have a file that we can execute on a target system, it will send all the Wi-Fi password that are stored in this system and not a single password like in our previous in here. As you can see, this will only send the single profile, single Wi-Fi password in a mail. So we're going into the script that we wrote in previous lecture, that will send only the one. But now in the future we'll next we'll see how we can like have a file that executed a target system and send all the Wi-Fi password. Okay, now that we have a variable called network name that include a list of all the network that are stored on a target computer, and we actually printed the list. So we have a visual representation of the list right here. So let's see how we can iterate over the list and then get the password of each network and send it to our email. The first of all, I'm actually going to rename this variable and makes more sense. So it's called network name, as you can see. And we're going to call it network name underscore list, this one. So that we know this is a list, and we actually make the code more readable. So in the future, if we come back and we want to understand how this works, it's very simple and it's very intuitive. So I'm going to remove this print or this line because we don't need this. So let's save. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to use a for loop to iterate over this list. So basically what I'm going to say, this is for each network, the name is, let's say, work name list. So, and I'm going to just print the new variable that we just created, which is the network name. Basically I'm using a for loop for this loop. I'm just creating a new variable and I'm going to name this as new variable network. So name Python will automatically know this because this is a list and this variable should represent as an element each time. So basically we're going to saying that the each element in this list for each network, like name in my network list, this one, and I want to print this network name. So this is the code, so this is the profile. So what this code will do is it will go to the first element and it will start that in my new variable, which is network name, this one. So it will print it on the screen, then in the next iteration of the list it will pop up again and it will set a network name to the next element in that list, and then we are printing that on the screen and it will keep going until the end of the list. So just to show what this is going to look like, if you just run this code, you will see the network name being printed in separate line without this. So it will just print the separate line. Now this is very good. We know that network name variable is going to contain all the value for each network and the network name list. The next thing that we need to do is run the command, so that, or previously we showed that the basic report and execute the script. So the command was, I can show you that this is the example of the command when we are running it against the second network. So basically the command is going to be noticed to show the profile and that will followed by the network name. So what we'll do is we put a plus the network name variable, so as you can see, and put another plus, So open my code, then open code, then we're appending a variable to a string. So we showed that the multiple times before that we are going to append string to the variable. Then we are going to append more string, which is the rest of the command, which is the keys is equal to clear. So this will give you the key of this profile in a separate line like this. Let me show you. Okay, so this thing will show you literally like this. As you can see in the email, it will show you this same thing in separated for, as you can see, it will showing you only for one, but in here it will show all of those connected profile that are in my system. So it will show all of that in a separated line in your email. So now next we are going to create a variable, and we will call this variable a result, and this is going to be the result of executing the above command. So it's going to be the sum process, like in sub process dot check output. So this will result all of those in this function or command. So, and finally we will need a variable that will add text to it. So we send it to the end of the line. So what this will do is, each time the loop runs, we are getting a result that will contain a password for only one network, because remember, when you are iterating over each element in each iteration of the loop, so the first time we will run the loop, the network name is going to be like this, and the next time your network is going to be this. The first time the loop is going run, it is going to get us the password for the first element of the list for the first network. Then we want to run the loop again, is going to get us the password of the second element. So the value and the current result will automatically be removed, and it will contain a new value for the password of the second network. So every time the new variable or the variable get created, then again their value get created again before, therefore that we don't lose the value of the password. So the first element in here, we are going to have a store in a variable that created the outside of the loop. So outside, just create a variable called result in before the loop, outside the loop. As you can see, this is the loop, and outside the loop we are going to create a result which is equal to the result. So it's going to be nothing, as you can see it's blank. So plus the password for the first element, then the loop is going to go up, is going to get the result or the second network name, then it's going to get the password of the second network, then the result which actually contain the password for the first network is going to equal to itself plus the current result, which is the password for the second network. So now by the end of the line, result is going to contain both the password and the first network, and the second network, let's assume there is a third network, we are going to get its name in the start of a new. So we are going to execute this command, and now result contain the password in the first and second network, which is going to equal to itself again. So which is the password of the first and second network. So this is just a one example, but you should be able to adapt it in so many programs. Now if you just run this code, so this is the full code, as previously, as you know, this is the code for sending this email. to this SMTP server through this password, and it will give you the result. So if you run this code in your Windows machine, and it will just work fine, and it will give you an email to this destined Gmail or any email. It should be Gmail, not any email. So it will give you a mail to this address, Gmail address, and when you open up the email, it will show you, like we previously showed in our command prompt, that it will show you all those profile that are connected to your machine, and all those profiles network password separately. So you can do many things, because you can execute Python program or Python code which allow you to do many things, and we can also execute system command. So you have so much power with this, and I know we are still running this as a script, and the target still needs to have a Python install, because we are using it and we are running it with a Python interpreter as of till now. But as I said, I will show you how to convert all of those files into a normal executable, so that they run on any computer without the need of an interpreter. And I will even show you how to make this file look like a function, like image, PDF, or any other file type that you prefer. So far we built some really cool or simple but useful evil script, but we build the execute hand script, which basically execute any system command on any computer, and then on the top of that we build the execute and report, which basically execute a command first, then report the result. When the command returns the good result to be used in these cases where the command that you are executed, which is not useful unless you see the result. Now basically the execute and the report was a combination of the execute script with a send mail, send mail function that basically sends the result of the command to a specific mail. So basically the send mail function was a helper function that can be used in so many useful scenarios. Another helpful and simple function is to download a file function. As name suggests, this function will basically download the file on a target computer, on the computer that executed the program. Now why this is very useful, because first of all, once we packet it, and I am going to cover this later on, it is going to work against all those operating system, and this is a very useful because we can use it with any other simple script that we build and that we will build in the future. So basically, like I said, executor report was basically to execute the program which will send the mail function. Now what we can do is we can use the download file function that we are going to build with the execute command that we built before, and that will give us a brand new program which will be the download the file and then execute in the system. So you can use that to download the keylog or viruses or anything that you can really think of and execute on the target computer. Another way to use is to actually have an example that later on downloading the file, which might be credential harvester for example, then execute this file. So to run this file on the computer, still all password that saves on the computer, and then use that to report the function or send mail function to send the result to our mail. So the result of this combination is going to be like download, execute and report. So you can see the pattern that I am going to build in here. We are going to be building a small function that you will be able to mix them and come up with a very useful programs or evil files that you can use every now and then. So I am going to be showing you some example, but for possibilities are endless, so you can build any type of script that you want or any types of evil files. So enough talking, so let's go and build the download file function. Now we are not going to use this on Windows machine like I previously did. We are going to use this on our Kali Linux. So it is very simple. I already did this. As you can see, pretty easy. So the name of the library is request. So what you have to do now, you have to import the request library. Then I am going to, so and then we are going to create our function. So I am going to define a new function, and I am going to call it download, and I am going to make this function to take a variable URL, so which is the link of the file that the function will download. So inside this function I am going to create a new variable, and I created a get request, like get underscore response, not request, it should be response, and it should be make this as equal to request.get to get the URL. So basically the library that I just imported the request, imported the response. So it has a function that called get, and basically what this function does is it sends a get function, get request, and to the URL that we pass, which is the URL of the function, and it takes and it returns the result. Then it gets the request to my variable, which is called get request or get response. Now if I pass the value URL to this, the get response will actually have a get request will actually have a response, and then before we actually use this response, I am going to print it on the screen. So get underscore response. So just to see this how the response look like, I have created a function and called this function from my code and called it here. So we are going to call the download function and give it a URL that I want to download. So you can use any of the file in here you want. So as you can see in download location, I used a picture for this testing purpose. So this is the link. As you can see, this is the link that I used in here. So if you just copy this image location and paste it in here, our image function, or paste it in your web address, you will see this is simply just a blank or simply just a picture. And now I am going to use this link on my script and literally just paste in here, and basically what this will do, it will call my download function with this URL. Then get response now is going to call the function from the request library with the URL that we just passed, and we're going to print this to get the request. So just save all of this, save all, and just run this code. So let's just run, open terminal here, python download dot, as you can see my file is download.py. So if I just click it, as you can see, we will get a, so is printing a response for me on his screen and show me the response code, which is 200. And if you remember from our previous lecture, the 200 HTTP response means that it's okay, the server was able to send the response. But what we see in here is the object that we returned by the request. So if we actually want to see the actual content of this response, what you have to do now is you have to add a line or add a dot content. So just type dot content, so save and run this code again. It will take some time and it will give you all the gibberish. So the stuff that we want to see now, header, and we are using in here. So if you print this, you can see all the gibberish that we used to see in the row header and this is basically the binary content of the file itself. As you can see, this is all the binary content of this specific file. So that's perfect for now, and the next time I am going to show you how we can write files in a general using Python. Then we will see how we can use that to write the request, or write the response that we just got, and we will be able to download the file and write it on our system. So now I want to show you something that we never spoke about, which is writing file using Python, and we'll see how we can use that in order to write a binary file and write the content that we are getting here on the screen in a file. So that we will be able to then download any file that you want from the internet. So we are going to back in our code, and as I did some modifying to. So now what you have to do is write a simple file in a simple text file and write test inside this file. So in Python, when dealing with files, we use the keyword with. So what you have to do is, first all you need to is open this file. So you need to do is whether you want to write stuff on the system or read stuff, or we will talk about reading stuff later on this lecture, and we'll going to say that I'm going to open, and we need to specify the name of the file as the first argument. Now since we are going to creating a file, and this is a file that needs to this is a file that does not exist, and we can call it anything we want. So we're gonna call it as sample.txt. As you can see, we're gonna call this file name as sample.txt. And the second argument we need to pass is to open the mode for opening the file. For example, if you want to read this file, just type R. If you want to write this file, just type W. If you want to read write, just RW. But for this example we want to write, so I'm just going to type the W in this mode. So next we're going to specify the variable name that can be used to deal with the file that we just opened. So we're going to say that open sample.txt to write as out file. So I'm going to call this as out file because this is going to be an output file, and we're going to put a colon in here at the end. So when you press enter, you will see that code will be automatically iterated, and basically any code that I write right now inside this block is going to be executed while the file is open. Once we get out of this block, and once we go back in here and start writing stuff, this would be executed after the file is closed. So any code that you want to execute while the file is open is going to have to be in here within this block. And what you have to do now is use this output file, as we want to write this out file, and then we can put the text as you can see, we are going to put this text into this output file as like this is a test. So we are going to say that we want to open this file as outside, and basically we can reference this file as we just open using the keyword out file throughout this. So while this file is open, we are going to say that I want to write to my out file, and this is the file, this is the text that will be onto the output file. So let's just run this code. As you can see, this is, so go to your Python project, and as you can see, this is the my download file. So let's just Python download down ad download.py. So if you just run this, as you can see, a simple file is outputted, and it created a new file, and this is called the sample.txt, as you can see. So it's called the name that we specified in our program, as you can see in here, as sample.txt, and this is a test, and you can see this is a test. So it basically says that we pass to the write method, and this is the general way of writing files in Python. So you can use this way or any program that you want to write files, whether you are writing results or whether writing logs or any other reasons. Now the reason we are writing this right now, and we want to be able to write all of those gibberish, as you can see in here. So we want to have a proper image, not like this. So the fact that we are writing is not a normal text, it's a binary file. So we have to tell Python that in a mode here that I want to open this file for writing, but this is going to be a binary file, hence we are passing something different in here. So let's just try different. So this is similarly like this code. So all I have to do now is remove the print statement as previously in here. So, and using the in this place of sample.txt, we will name this file as this file name, as you can see. So as my code is done, so it's really a simple download function that allow me to download any file from the internet. So let's have a quick look on how actually this code works. So we are calling a function in here, and we are giving a URL. So first of all, we are getting the response, and using the line right here, we are getting the file name as this is the file name, and the file name is equal to the last element of the download file. And after splitting this URL based on the forward slash, as you can see, we are going to opening a new file. So this will be -1. So we are using the file name variable, which is going to be this part in right here, and we are going to be writing this file, and where file is going to be a binary. Hence the reference file is called out the last name of the file, as you can see, and pretty much are the same as previous. As you can see in here, this will not be similar like this. So out file write will just print the response or dot content. So let's just run this code. So if you just run this code, so this is the defined code as download to. So let's just open as root, open terminal, Python download to. As you can see, a new file is created, which is the JPEG file, and it is the name that we all expect. As you can see, this is the last name, as you can see. So we have a very simple function that works well, which is the idea that you should always use when you are writing program. You split your program and to give you a small useful information to do one job, but to their job very well. It really works very well. As you can see, it already created the JPG file that with a simple couple of line of comments codes. So now we can use this function, like as I said, to start with any other function, and we will add this ability to download the files so that we can use it to the execute Python script to download the next. So we can use it to execute and report, to download and execute and report. So we will have this example of that, and the possibilities are endless. So really you need to use it to any code that you want, where you need to download the file. Now also, while we build this very simple script, we learned more about strings, splitting them, and accessing list will learn how to create a HTTP request and receive the response, and we learned how to write normal files and binary files. We spent a few lectures talking about the download file section, and we did learn a lot about Python, about writing files, split and string, accessing list differently, and send in and receive request and responses. So all that was program insight in this our lecture. So we never seen the hacking part. So now you know this is a programming and hacking lecture at the same time. We learned the program in a part, and the hacking side is kind of self-explanatory, because like I said, it's a very simple function that can works as an add-on or a helper function on a larger or other scripts. So with the script that we built before, or with the script and programs that we will build in this lecture, so we can actually just skip this and you will see us using it later on this lecture. But I think it wouldn't hurt to spend a couple of lectures showing you an actions or a scenario where this can be useful. So this is just one simple example of using the function, but you can use it on any other program that you want. So you are only limited to your imagination. Now the example that I want to show you is going to build up on the execute and report script. So this is going to download and execute and report. So in this example, we are going to be using a program called Lasagne or Lasagne, and you actually see me using it before, but on I think it will very long ago. But when I was executing an executable on the Windows machine, and I was getting the result of the saved password on my email. So the way this works is, we have a program called Lasagne, and in this program this was a executable on a system, so it shows all the saved password in the system. Now the program is designed on a post exploitation program, so you need to have access to the computer that you want to see its password before you can use it. But without coding skill, we can create a script that the first download of the program on the system, second execute the program, wait for the result, and third it will report the result to our email, thus allowing us to use the program remotely to steal all stores password from a computer. So and I'm going to show you a quick overview of this Lasagne, of this tool, and will actually steal the password for us. And in the next lecture, we are going to build the download, execute and report script, which will be based on our download function and the import and execute script that we built before. So we'll see how can use that. So we'll see a few modifications that will useful for us. So first of all, I'm going to showing you an overview of this tool. So the first thing I want to show you this website or this GitHub. So just go to this web page or search and just download this file. I cannot really I cannot really physically demonstrate this, but I can show you. I captured a couple of screenshots from my previous or old lectures so that I can demonstrate a basic overview, because as you can see, I am now on Windows 11 and my virtual machine also on Windows 10. So this only supports, as you can see, Windows 7, Windows Vista. So I can really test on this in my machines, but I will demonstrate a couple of things that are important. So if you download this, it will have a Windows 32-bit and 64-bit version. So 32-bit will work on any version, but it's better to use the 64-bit because nowadays 32-bit is useless. Now let's just download this, and how we can open so there will be a like file name this. So just type .exe h. So if you just type this into your download location, it will show up this window. So as you can see, so basically you type this tool name and followed by the module and you want to run. So each one of those module will get you a specific password and you can see the description of the module in here. So for example, the metals module will get you mails module or get your mails password, and we have also browser module and that will give you the email and password stored on your browser. So basically that users have to first of all log into their account, and you know when you log in you get a pop-up like if you want to restore this password on your machine. So most of us just click yes. So this tool will show all of those stored password in this program. So for example, if you use a fake login, and it will show all of those fake password also that are stored on your machine. So now this tool would be able to get you all the safe password like this. So as you can see, so I selected the all, so this will give you all the password that you saved. So as you can see, there was no safe password for safety purpose, only for this. So it will give you all the safe password in here. So if you just do this using tools, all this will run all the modules. Like as you can see, this will run all the modules and this will show all the safe password in all categories. So that's it for less than a quick overview. I just don't want to dive deep in view on this tool because I don't want to divert you from this lecture. So this course or this lecture is about hacking and programming. So if you want to learn more about social engineering, you can just follow like what I did. So we'll talk more later about the hacking part. So now that we know what Lazen is and how it uses it, we also know how to write a script that can download the file on the system, and we know how to execute commands on the system, and also we know how to record the result of a command to our email. So basically know everything that we need to do in order to use Lazen remotely and target remote computers. So the first step is to going to download Lazen from a direct link to a target system. So I have already created a program that called download, execute and report. I just already I've done nothing new. I just already copied all of those from here, here and here that we previously worked. So the first thing that I want to do, as I previously told, is download file. So now first of all, I don't care about how download function works, because as we said, I already built that once and make sure we build it well, and we already forgot about that. And what I care about right now is to download where I am calling it in here. So I am passing a link to an image. Now for example, I wanted to download Lazen and on the target computer, so I need to have a Lazen uploaded on a web server. So make sure you download this Lazen.exe, then on your Kali Linux machine copy it and paste it on your server, so that you can send through a Python code to a target machine evil files. As you can see, I already copied in here. So say copy this, as you can see, okay, let's just go to this directory. As you can see, Lazen is here, so make sure you copy this directory. So I need to have a lesson uploaded on a web server. That's the main part. So something like this, where a person click on it and it will be automatically downloaded the file, and it won't show HTML or anything. Or so I'm using this web server on a Kali Linux machine. So go to this directory and save this file. So and make sure we copy this directory and select it in here. So previously we did select as an image, so just simply in this location we just paste it in here. Also this is also the same code, as you can see. Okay, not this one, as you can see, same code. So we didn't write anything new, because now so the first of all we are downloading our files here. So next the command variable that execute our command, and our command is going to be very simple. So I am actually going to remove this variable and I am going to write my command in here as a string to. So as you can see, make sure you import all of those require subprocessor smtblib, so that we previously worked on. So this code, as you can see, nothing new, we already typed it previously. This code, nothing new, we already done this, as you can see, same thing. This code, nothing new, we already done this. So we didn't even write a single code. So as you can see, we actually didn't program anything in this lecture. All we did was we used a very important skill that programmer have, which is reusing the code. So we use the download code, and we already implemented, because we use the send mail function. Again, we already implemented that before. So how to code in the main program or the main script that we implemented. So all we did was just copy paste code from the code that we already implemented, using the two helper function that can be used in so many scenarios. And this is for one example. As I said, we can mix function together with everything that we learned so far, and with this step that we will run, we can use them in so many scenarios to achieve different goals. So I have saved this, and I'm going to transfer this. So just save this, run this on your Python code, send this Python code on your Windows machine, and then execute and report this Python code. Just press enter and it will just simply work, and it will load a Latin file on your Windows machine, and at the same time it will send this all of those that we previously saw on Lazan, that save all of those, save password on your browser. It will save all of those on, send all of those on your this mail that we specify in here. So as previously, as I told you, I cannot really demonstrate the mail part, because security concern of this Gmail, or that I have two-step authentication enabled, so I cannot really demonstrate this part. But if your code is similar like this, or if your code has no error, then this will work 100% and all the time. If you just type this similarly using all those function and method and command as similar as this, so what it will do is it will save a Lazen file on a Windows machine, and also at the same time it will send an email and give all of those stored password that you have on your Mozilla or Chrome. So now that's all how can use this Lazen for getting the password from your email. So in the next lecture we will address this issue as we do it. So you are going to learn some more useful Python tricks. Now previously we have seen an example of using a smaller function that we already programmed to build a script that will download and file the executed and send the result to our email. So as an example, we use a program called to get all the password toward on the target computer to our email, and this is actually very handy because on the exploitation tool it can be used unless you have the access to the program, and using our programming we're able to use it remotely without having access to the target computer. Now the main problem with our script is once it's executed, it downloads the file in the same directory and it stays on the same directory. So the user will see that the new file on the system that they didn't download themselves, and the file just appeared magically, and they will suspicious and they will just delete this file. So we can actually enhance our program by deleting this file at the end of our program. So to do that or delete the file and the Python, we need to modify our code, and I will show you how to delete it file, and it's the same whether you want to do it and an evil file or you are doing it for a normal program. So we are going to use a library called OS. So import this OS library, and basically this module allow us to run a different number of operating system tasks, but they will work on all operating system. So basically it's a cross platform. So instead of using OS, you could have just come in here and use like subprocess.com and use a Windows command to delete the file. That will also work, but that's only work for Windows. But our character is in a position right now that it should work against all operating systems, so in that case we have to write our code so that it can use all operating system, not just for Windows. So it will works against all operating system because the download function is cross platform. The send mail is a cross platform, and the sub process to check out whether it is cross platform or not. So this program will work against all operating system. That's why it will be nice. So if we can maintain this compatibility while we add new features to it, so instead of just doing subprocess.something.com and then call on a Windows command or deleting a file, we can just use this os.remove and then put the file name as this is our file name, as you can see. Okay, not in here. Okay, let's just go to our server directory. So we will file. So as you can see, this is our file. So os.remove, and we will name our Lazen file, and that's very cool. So now our file is going to be the first download, then we will execute. Then once we are done with the executing the file, it will be removed from the working directory, so it won't be any suspicious for the target machine. But we still have a problem. This file is going to exist in the working directory as long as Lazen is being executed, and as you can see, Lazen will stay in here unless it stops working. So what you have to do now is we have to use another script to execute, so then you can test it on your own time. So you will see that Lazen or any further that's supposed to be downloaded, and you will see it in here for a few seconds, then you will see it disappearing, which again will be more suspicious if the user is looking at the working directory, which chances are they will be looking at it. So the better solution would be download this file into a somewhere that user is not looking at, or somewhere like temporary directory to execute, and went on to remove it from the temporary folder, so there are no traces. Now again you can use the subprocess module to navigate the temporary directory. So you can literally do subprocess.call and then cd temporary to go to the temporary, but then this will automatically download this into temporary and use that, and that will not see it unless we use the program cross platform. So we are going to use a Python function and not rely on system command. So what you want to do right now is going to use a temporary file function. So make sure you import this temporary file. So if we can move temporary file to another directory, then Lajan will download to this directory and then we move to another one. Now the first of all, we don't know where the temporary directory is because every system is dependent on different temporary location or different every system because it's different depending on the operating system. So in order to get the temporary directory, we can use a module temporary file. So again, we're going to import this and say temporary directory is equal to temporary file dot get temporary directory. So we can just then do os dot ch directory and give the directory that we want to go or change our directory to. So and in our example, we want to move to our temporary directory, and this will move to us whether the directory is stored in a attempt directory variable which will contain whatever in return from a temporary file. So now just this will be the same as our previous script. So first what we will do is it will temporarily select the directory in here, then it will os to this directory, then it will download this file and this will turn result will process and output this file. After that it will send to our email after running this file, and then it will stay a couple of seconds, then it will remove by os.remove this directory file. So what you have to do now is just save this, copy this into your machine. I previously show you how you can use Kali Linux server to copy this Python file to your Windows file. So just copy this and just run this on your Windows terminal, and it will just run and it will send those as previously show you that it will send those on a mail, all of those Mozilla Firefox or Chrome saved password, all those in this email, and that's the end. Then previously as we saw that this file won't stay after using this code, but on our previous code it will stay all the time, but for our safety purpose we just our verification purpose we just use this code so that this Lajan file won't stay in your target machine. So that's all, and that's why I spent a couple of minutes on this lecture so that we actually learn how to use OS to remove the change and the working directory, and we learn how to get the temp directory, and everything we learned is cross platform. And like I said, it can be used in any scenario, and that doesn't have to be like any used script in this script. So that's all about the real life scenario of using Python and Kali Linux machine for hacking purposes. Right now you probably know when it comes to hacking any system, the first step is always to gather as much as information about the system. So website hacking is more different, and these steps get more and more important as the website gets bigger. So these days we have a huge website like Google that offers a number of services and hosts a number of different web applications and different locations on their websites. So if you want to test the security of this website and hack into it, you want to be able to test all of those applications and test all of those functionality that offers by this web application, and hopefully find a vulnerability that will allow you to gain access to the system. Sometimes as well, a search box or a selected page might contain a vulnerability that would allow you to hack a computer server. Therefore, it is very important to gather as much as information as possible about the website, like its directories or dictionaries or files or subdomains and so on. Now, the list here that we will talk about it contains the main thing that you usually want to gather about the website. But when you don't don't need to use any program to gather any of these things. So in this I will cover how to gather this kind of information, and in this lecture I am not going to talk about in the hacking related something, so you don't need any programming. So, and since this is a programming lecture, we are not going to cover them. But what I am going to cover though is how to discover files, subdomains and directories. The first thing that I want to talk about is subdomains, and basically what we mean by a subdomain is a part of a smaller main domain. So going back to the example of like google.com, the main domain that we have a number of subdomain that would allow to access different website that belongs to like Google, like mail.google.com, calendar.google.com, or like any other website that Google has a related. So we can go like mail.google.com to access mail service, then we can go like analytics to google.com to see analytics of each one of these. So all of these allow you to access a completely different web application. Therefore, if you are trying to hack into Google, you want to test all of these subdomain and you need to discover all of them. Maybe there is a subdomain that nobody knows about. This is actually very important. A lot of companies have hidden subdomains that they don't announce to anybody. So they might have a subdomain for the people that work for that company, or they might have a subdomain for a beta version of their website. So something that they are still testing, they also have a subdomain, and usually these are get to find vulnerabilities, because since this is a testing subdomain or it's something that designed for people that work in the company, sometimes it is not programmed to be secure like as a main domain or main website. So this brings us back to the whole important gathering is, all information gathering is that the first program we want to write, as you might guess by, so in a program that allow us to discover the subdomain of the target website. So in order to do that, if you are the subdomain and just being trying to discover the subdomain on a website, what you do is you would probably just go to your browser onto this subdomain, like you go to your browser like and go to like mail.google.com, mail.google. So as you can see, this is the subdomain of a Google domain, Google Mail domain. Then you have like analytic.google.com, this is another subdomain. Now this is the types of domain that I should test. Otherwise, if you put something that doesn't exist, for example, like say let's put something like gibberish dot google.com. So this will not work because this is not a verified subdomain. So you are gonna get error and you will know that the subdomain doesn't exist. So we are going to follow the same idea. We are going to try a number of names and we are going to get a couple of positive responses. So we are going to say that the subdomain exists, otherwise we will just neglect it. So and go to the next subdomain. So in order to do this, we need to have a way to communicating with a website through the Python program. So this is the program. So we are using a browser here that actually access the domain, but since we want to use this using a Python program, we are going to have to implement a way to send a request to a website through Python. Now we have actually done something like this before using the request library, and we use this in our function, download function, previous lectures. So we used to get request dot get. So just first you have to import request, then pass the URL in order to request a specified URL, then just download the file. Then we're actually going to use the exact same code for our program. So I have already created a program called crawler, this project, and this program is called download.python. So the first thing you have to do is you have to import and request, then specify a URL that you want to request. Then we are going to save the URL to like google.com. Then I'm going to look to from my POI file. So if you run this file, it will get a call of a function. So we imported the request library that allow us to send the request over HTTP. We specify the URL that started in a URL variable, and we are sending a get request using a request library. So the URL that we created, and we are storing the result, return will be by this function and into a variable called get response. Now finally to print the get response, just run the code in your terminal and it will get the response of the code that you want to response. Now we spoke about HTTP responses before, so we go like it will have a result like 200, means it's okay, the web server response, and we are able to complete my request with no issue. So basically the URL that we request exists and can be loaded. Now if you test with a subdomain, like if you just test a subdomain with mail.google.com and run the code, this code again, then again you will see that you are getting the same status code of 200, which means that the web server will be able to deliver my request, and that means that mail.google.com actually exists on google.com. Now if you try some gibberish in here, and if you try to run this code, when you run this code it will give you an exception, and the exception will say that it is a dot connection error, like in this page it will have a error. So based on this now we can use, and so basically if you request a subdomain that exists, let's try like gmail.google.com, we are actually going to see a result on the screen otherwise. So if you just type code on your terminal, so you are going to see the result on screen. Otherwise if you try something that does not exist, then that will have a error exception or raise the exception. So this is the code that you want to try on a terminal to see if this works or not. So from this we are able to first get all the communication with website, so that we can send or get request, and also we can verify whether the request was complete or it's failed using this URL. So if you wrote a different or wrong subdomain, then it will give you exceptional error. So we are able to test whether a certain subdomain exists on a website or not. Now in the next lecture we are going to build on this, and we can create a program that will automatically discover subdomain on a target website. Now in the previous lecture we learned how to use Python to send GET request and communicate with the website over HTTP. As an example, we built a very simple program that can request as a certain domain, and if that domain exists, this is going to print the response. Otherwise it won't show us anything. Now in this lecture I built in this program so that it can discover all the subdomain of my target. Now before I get into it, I am going to implement the first thing that I want to do is convert this into a function. So what I have to do to have the function, as for example, let's call it request, and this function will take an URL of an input, and all of this code as we wrote so far will be going to be a part of this function. So it's going to try to create the request, and if it succeeds, it won't print anything. So I just want to return there the result of this. So instead of storing the result in a variable, I just going to return it, and otherwise it will just pass and it will not return anything. So in the future we can just call the request URL and not worry about how this works, and we don't need this variable anymore. No, like I said, my goal is to use this program to discover all subdomain of my target or on my target. Now to do this we will go and use a word list. So what we mean by that is, this is the word list that we created, and it has 35 words, and and what we are going to do with our program is to read this file one line at a time, and each time trying this word as a subdomain and to see if this subdomain exists. Now this technique is actually used a lot when it comes for the penetration testing. It is used with a cracking keys, and it's used with gaining access by guessing to your account. It used in discover like subdomains, as you will see, and the whole idea is you use a word list, which is a file and which will with a lot of words that could answer your question and could try all of those 35 possibilities. Now what I have there is a small word, and there you can see it has only 35 lines, but there are a huge word list out there that you can use, and I'm gonna include some of the resources, or I'm gonna tell you about those resources in the future. Now I have all this stored in a file called subdomain.list in my download folder in my root directory. So the first thing what I have to do is run our program. So to open this file on Python, as we previously do, we open to specify a file name in our program. As you can see, file name, and just print this word list file name, then it will just print and it will show all of these files here a single time. And then what I have to do now is I have to file name specify the file name in my first argument. Then my file name is stored in like /root/download, just specify the directory. So then the first thing what I need to do is have a target URL, and this is going to be the base URL. So for example, it's just a google.com without any subdomain. Then we are opening the file and we are going one line at a time in this Word file, and we are going to say for this test URL is going to be equal to current line, but the word that we see in here close the target URL. So we literally appending each word that we see here in the target URL. Then just you have to print the URL in here to make sure that it looks fine as normal URL before we use our request to send the target. So I'm going to run the program. So if you run the program using test URL, it will give you a result something like this. So as you can see, we are reading one line at a time and we are printing, and first of all line, which is the word that we are using from our file, followed by a target URL which is google.com. The problem is, first of all, we forgot to put a dot between them. So just put a dot and it will be all fine. And then there is a new line character between them. So what I have to do now, so using this print method, so you will just see this as a result, but we are gonna tie a similar one instead. So what we're gonna do is we are gonna delete this and we're gonna print a different type. So what I have to do now is I have to put a dot between the target URLs. So you have to put this dot between the target URL. Then now we are going to capture this result by a variable, and we will call this variable a response. As you can see, call this variable a response, and we are going to test if we actually got a response, because as we see in here, if this method fails, it will not return anything. So responsible contains none. So what we are saying is that if we actually have a response that we are going to print on screen, and we discover all the subdomain and the value of the subdomain in the test URL, and it's very simple. All you're gonna do is calling our request method, our response method, sorry, our request method. So we are going to print this URL on screen, because this means the URL exists on my target. Otherwise we want to try anything like we have to do is we have to use a if function. So just type if space response, what will that do, will it will print all of this and it will discover all of the subdomain in this test URL, which is this one. So if you just print this or if you just type into terminal and print this, as you can see, this is the list of the all subdomains. You can also store this and write it to a file, but we covered all of this before on my lecture, so I don't want to make this too long. The whole point of writing this program is to write a program that can use to discover all possible subdomains on a target, as we did. And also we learned how to read the file one line at a time, because this is something we never talked before. And we also learned how to interact with the website from our Python program using this request method. So in the future we will actually be using this method to build other programs, and as I always say, everything that we covered so far are used in so many scenarios. So the way of reading the file in one line at a time, or the sending the request over HTTP using the request library, can be used in so many other scenarios. So I'm just using this as an example to make it easier to understand this concept. And make sure you try both of those methods that we shown without the test URL and with the test URL and with the response. Both of those, as you can see, both of those will give you different variation of result, as this will test all of those 35 word, but this will give you all the subdomains that are available on this target google.com URL. For we build a crawler that we can use to get subdomain directories and files on our target. Now this is great because it allows us to discover the hidden path or location that the admin does not want us to know. So for example, we might be able to discover location and design to test certain functionality, location of a beta web application or of a location of a web application. That's only designed for the admin or the employee of the company to use. Therefore, the admin might not advertise the existence of this location and will never be able to discover this without guessing. Now, the disadvantages of this is because it relies on a word list and it keeps on guessing, it will not discover everything on the target. So, the solution is to combine both. The first of all, discover had the hidden parts so that if there are any hidden web application or hidden files, that will be able to see them, and then for each of them the hidden paths and the one that are being advertised for the web admin, we are going to analyze these parts and follow the links on them. For example, let's say I'm going to test the security of like an example of this USS social security website. So when I load this website or any user load this website, they will get the normal decks and normal web pages of this website. So if I want to analyze all those functionality of this website, I'm going to have to click like each of the separate these links. So what page? So it pays and takes me to and try to exploit this page to see if I can hack the website through this page. So in order to discover all the path in the websites, we have the click all of those links. Now for us humans, this is very easy because we know when mouse pointer changes, when the mouse pointer like this one, we know there is a link and we can click into this link and it will go to somewhere else. Then this is easy because we are as human and we can do this. And let's go to this website and check out its page source. So if you see that, you will see that HTML code that makes up website. So basically the whole website is image, the video, links and the text, and everything is literally found in here, and it's organized in a markup language called HTML. So for an example, as you can see here, we have the link like one of those images. So like you can literally click in the link and it will be displayed in here. So if we want to make a list of all of those links on this page, the first thing that we need to do from our Python program is to load the source code or the HTML code we are seeing in here. So let's just try that out. So the next thing what I'm going to do is I'm using the previous code as you can see in here, and it's a very simple code. We don't want to rely on guessing now. Once I have this URL, the first thing I want to do is communicate with the website, and we already implement the function that does for us, which is like request function, which is in here also imported this request function. So if I just run this real quick, I will be able to work the directory of my spider, and you will see it will also, if you run this code, it will also see responses which is 200, which is literally just an object which we have seen before. Now as the content of this response, when we are able to implement the download method, and when we see if we print the response.content, we will be able to get the binary code of the image or the exe we are downloading it, and then we will be able to get into the file. Now in our case we are making a request to the security.org, which is which is like a SSA security, which is a government security page, as you can see in here, is here. So just type this ssa.gov. So now that I have all this code stored in my response.content in here, and the variable as a normal string, this means that we can use all sorts of things that we learned about previously. And the main important thing is we will be able to use RHS like we have seen before, and to look for the substrings within this big string, and we will be able to extract any HTML element from this string, and this will allow us to extract anything from the loaded on this page as a user sees. So we will be able to extract images, links, script, or anything that might be useful in your scenario. And for example, we are interested in getting all the links in this page, and I will show you details in the couple of next lectures. Now that we know how to get the HTML code of any page or page, and this lecture I want to show you how to parse this HTML code to extract useful data. Now as you know, in this example we are going to extract all those links in the target page, and you can use the same method to extract any element from the page, whether it's an image, script, or anything that you want. So now the most common way to include links in a page is to using a tag. So in general, if you have a HTML page and you are not sure which tag is being used or what types of code is being responsible for rendering a specific part, for example, if I wasn't sure how this is being displayed on this screen, so all you have to do is right click it and click inspection, and it will highlight the part or HTML part that loading this. So as you can see, if I put them any of that and hover the mouse, it will literally highlight the image, so you can see the part that the code is responsible for loading the image. And you can actually see that we have a link to an image in here, and if I hover to this as you can see, over to this, it will show me the image. Now I am not interested in the image, I am actually interested in the link that the image would take me to. And if we look in here, you will see that so if you look in here, so we will have a tag and we have a like a equal link which we will go to. So this is the most common way of linking element to a certain link. You would use this tag in HTML, and you would always to specify the link to the user that should go to when they click on this element. So in our code, if we look in the drive in the HTML code, that we should be able to extract all links in this page. Now we know how to look for a stuff in a string in a text, and we usually use regex to do that. Now we are going to use the same way we always seen, and we are going to first this import 3 in my code. Now let's go to our code, and I already have typed the code. So I'm going to say that href is equal to link is equal to 3 dot and find all, re dot find all, because I want to find all of the substring that will match my regex. So not only one the regex, but I am going to use this for the following by equal and followed by a double quote, and inside this I am going to accept any types of character and all the way up to the next double quote. So basically that's what I am saying is I am looking for the reject, and that start with like here read dot find all, and that equal double quote, and I want to match everything up to the last double quote. Now I don't want to see the header in my regex. So as I showed you before, I am going to split this into two group. As you can see, this is into two group. So the first group is the stuff that gonna use to locate my interesting text, but will not be part of it. So that's done. And the drive that equal double quote, and the second part that is interesting to me, which is everything that follows. So and I'm going to mark this first group as non-matching by putting a question mark following by a colon. The only problem with the regex right now is that it will look like a read dot equal double colon href. As you can see, href is equal colon bracket. So something similar to this, then it will match everything up to the last double quote as it seems. So it's basically gonna keep going all the way up to the down at the end of the text and until it sees the last double quote. But what I want to do is I want this to be non-greedy, and I want to match everything up to the first double quote that it sees. So I want to see too much of the double quote and the second. Then I want to keep going up to the last double quote. Therefore I am going to add a question mark, as you can see in a question mark in here, to this group right here, to say that this group should be none and it should match everything up to the first double quote. And because we are using find all, then it will match all the substring that will match this string. Now if you are not sure how this is going to work, you can go ahead and use PyText and do your test, and therefore you can also Google search about PyText and creating both concept. You can get all the information in there. So that's why I don't want to make a big deal out of it. If you don't understand how this is working, please go and Google this out, and it will give you a lot more description or analysis that you want to know. So we specify the regex, and we haven't specified the string that we want to look for this regex to in. And obviously the string that we are going to search is the response dot content. So this one, and that's it. We are done. So basically all we are going to do is we are searching the source code for all the string, and that will match this rule, and this rule will match anything that starts with a hard drive equal, so like href equal equal to double colon, and just print this href links, this one, and then you're all done. What you have to do now is you have to just put this code on your terminal on which machine you are running, and then this will lead to the another website. But the main thing is we are being able to filter this source of this page and extract all the link of this page. And I said same method can be used to extract any part of this if you want from any web pages, not just this. You can test on any web pages. So you're just going to extract and link this as an example, but you might be write in a complete different program, because you can write any different program and test any different things out, and you will need to extract a completely different element from the web page, but you can use the exact same method that I showed you to achieve that. So that's all about this lecture. So far we built a crawler that we can give it a website. If it's load the default web and extract all the links and the web pages, the result is a list and which each element is a link and the web page. Now there is a number of issues with these links that we are getting, and I want to just fix them. But before we do, I want to refactor the code because I think it's really looking bad. So I just refactor all of them in a beautiful manner so that it can be I think it will be pretty to look at. So the first thing what I have to do is notice that you don't really because I use this request method. So what I have to do is just delete the request method, because basically the request method calls the request and don't get it, and I can just call this directly in here my code, and then I don't need to use the method, because the only reason I use the method before is because the code was originally written when we were writing a program to discover the subdomain which I did before. So that's why I changed my code, and the way we are able to determine if a subdomain is not valid is by catching the exception. So right now I don't need any of the other code, so I just modified this into this. So as you can see in here, I am calling the request directly, and I am also need to manually add HTTPS in here, because previously it was just this. So I added the HTTPS to target my website in here, because the method was this. And the next thing I want to do is the create a function that it can pass it into your link, and it will return me all the link that can be found in this URL. So the function is actually implemented in couple of lines. So all I have to do is create a function, then call it the extract link. As you can see in here, extract link from this will take the URL as an input, then is going to get response by calling request.get, and it will pass the URL and it got as an input, and it will then get a result, and it will be the analysis from this line. So we don't need to start in a variable, we are just going to return this. So is the exact same code what we did before, it's just that it's much cleaner. Then we can just minimize this, and forgot how it works, because we already talked so much about this line. So we can just say that my href links are equal to exact links from, and we will pass the target to this URL as the input to this method, and this method will first submit a get request to this URL, and it will be printed and it will be captured on screen. So make sure you don't break anything, and it will be just then perfect, as you can see. So if you run this program like this, from this to this, and it will work just fine, because so we still didn't use this line, so we only used up to this. So if you print up to this, it will work just fine. Then what I have to do is I have to start fixing the links, but before I do, I need to, as you can see, these links I need to fix. So basically I'm going to do is I'm going to use a loop. As you can see, we are using for loop, and we're going to see how to, we already see how to do this, but so I'm going to say that for each of these href links, I want to print the link. So basically we are iterating over each element and the list, which is like href link, and we are stored the value of each element in a variable called link, and we are going to print this variable on screen. And if you if you run this code, and it will just work fine, but the thing is it can automatically see that few of the things that need to be fixed in order to perfectly run the code. So the first thing is you can see some of the URL are not proper URLs in this code, because when you run this code, because this is the normal in HTML, the developer can use relative URLs in their code, and the browser will automatically know what this URL exists in the website. But for us to use this or in our code to build up onto this, we actually need to have a full URL for this. So not the relative URL, so that we can convert into the full URL easily by using a library called URL parts. So just import it in here. Then I am going to say that my link is equal to URL parts, but URL join, and basically what I want to join is my target URL, which is the base URL. And if you want to think of that in a way with the relative link, this is the small link we are getting in here. So with the link, so basically what we are saying is you are calling the URL join link function, that's the URL parts library, and we are giving it the base URL or the main URL, and then we are giving it each link that we are receiving. So we are basically giving it all the link in here, but this function will automatically know that these things in here are not the link. It will not modify them at all. And when it reaches to the link, for example, it's a note in the link, and the small relative URLs have been converted to proper full URL. So if you run to this code, it will see proper URL. The next thing you have to fix is you have to use URLs so they match the same, because if you use HTTP, this will not work. Make sure you use the same website's URL. As you can see, it is in HTTPS, I think. As you can see, this is an HTTPS, so just type what it is in here. So that's how we got them, but that's not my part of my target. They are not my scope, so I don't any of these website to be part of the target list. Like if you run this code, you have some extra website link like these links. Let me show you. As you can see, this link and these links, my Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, these links. So we don't actually want these links on our code. So I just need to use you just need to use the HTTPS instead of HTTP, because the website uses HTTPS. So using that, it will fix all those simple statement or if statement. So if you just go run this code, and if you go to this target URL, this URL will be the current link, and this will be put on the screen. and if you properly write this code, it will just work just fine. So just test this out yourself. So, and you will see it will work perfectly, and it will remove the external links from the website, like this one on your code result or from your terminal, and that's it. In the previous lecture, we improved our spider program, so it converts relative links to full length, and we also improved it so it ignores links that are not on the target website. So in this lecture, I want to continue improving this spider because we want to use this later at our vulnerability scanner. Now, as you can see, I already done this program and test it out so that it doesn't give any error. So it will show all those links on a target page. So instead of printing everything on a screen in our previous code, it would be nice if we actually have a variable that contains all of my target links. So I'm going to create a list and I'm going to call it target links, and this is going to equal to my empty list. And then every time we're going to print something on screen, after doing all the checks that we did in our previous lectures, we are going to add this link to my target link. So we are going to do target link that appends. So now we are mainly focusing in this. So we are going to add the link. Now when this program finishes execution, we are going to have a list called target links, which will contain all these links in here as element. Now we filtered these links and we made sure that these things are full link that are in our target website, but there is only one program. If you look through the links that you received or got on a terminal after running your previous code, you will see that they are not unique. So some of the links are being repeated. For example, there is a link which has each element is unique and is a target. So now again fixing this is very simple. All you have to do is if statement. You have to write a if statement before we print and add our link to the target link so that we can check. So if it can say like if the target URL is in the link and the link is not in my target link, this way we are only going to append this link and add it into the target link. So if it does not exist in it, and we are not only going to print it on the screen again. So if this link has not been added to my target link, so we can clear this and run it again. Just test it out, just follow my code. So now if you check your link, you will see that they are unique because there are no repeat, and there are full links that are all directing to the target website, and there is no external link in them. So now you might think that there is a problem or this program is perfect and it's ready to be used in the real world, but I'm sorry to break it to you, but there is one more thing you still need to be fixed. So if you go and visit any other website, and if you want to buy or on a buy and shop website, and if you just put any product, like let me just show you, okay, let me just talk about it. It will take some time because my internet is currently down. So let's just talk about it. So when you click on a product that you want to buy, and you go to that page, and just in that page you click on a inspect element, and you will see that there is a there is a line which is referred as href, and in that link you will see that this link start with a hash. So basically that is not a proper link. This is a way to load different parts of the same HTML page. So when you actually click on that link, you will see that we want to going anywhere, but it will just note that part is where it shows the additional information of that product. It will, so if you just use to link this in your program, so you are going to be set that to the target, and you are going to check all over again, and you are going to get all the links on this page. Now as you know, this is supposed to get you the unique link, so the link should not be repeating themselves. But if you are looking in here, you will see that you have the same link, but it ends with a hash reviews. So you will have a same link, but it will end with a hash tab description. And we have the same link, and you will have the same link that will have a tab additional information. So this is actually will be the same link. It's all going to be the same place and loading the exact same web page. So there's a couple of links, they are not unique links, and if the program was perfect, it should only display the link once. But if you run the program on my previous code, you will see 3 links will be displayed because the code was not perfect. So what I have to do is I have to do one more check to this and make sure that my program only shows unique links. To do this, it's actually very easy. I already did this and test it out. So what I'm gonna say is, it is a hash that can be found in my link. Then my link is going to be equal to itself like dot split. As you can see, link dot split. This will be the main hash that we are talking about, and we are going to be split it based on the hash, and I am going to get the first element of this. So basically what we are saying is here that I want to split the link where the hash is. So the split link will be list 2 element, which my first element is everything before the hash, and the second element is everything after the hash. So I am interested in everything before the hash. So we are going to test the before the hash. So what I am using in my square bracket is, as you can see, square bracket 0 to store the value of that. So in my link variable, when you are doing our check, which will make sure that our link is unique, and the result of this program is going to know that the hash is a error element and all of these 3 links are the same. So if you just run the program again, it will be just run perfect. So just run all of this now, and all of this into a terminal, and I hope you also know how to run a Python code. Just type Python and the file name, then it will just work just fine. So I'm not doing that because I already did and tested out. So I'm just here to help you out with the code. So what I was saying that it will just run perfect, and we will have like a link being displayed only once on the program. And again we see before you see before that the program will only display link to the target web pages. So it will not display the external link, and it will also convert the relative link to the full link. Now in the final lecture, I am going to show you how to build on this program to map the whole website instead of a single page of the website. We build a crawler that can give it a link to load the web page on a link that extract all the link within the stage and make sure that these links are full link and they are not an external link. So they are the link that related to the target web pages, and put everything in a list and make sure that this list contains a unique link and it does not have any contents of repeated elements. And all of this is good, and we fixed all of those and that I am aware of. And what I want to do in this lecture is to extend this program, and I have already extended it. And whenever I give it a link, for example, if I give it a link of a web page, and I don't want to only give get me the link within the web page. I want to get me all the links in here. Then go to each one of these links. For example, when you go like any website or hacking and security, and when you go to a web page for like more link, so I want to click on like any of those links, and that will get me all the links that keep going until it clicks all of these unique links, and it will get me all the links of the target website. So this will mean that I will be able to build a complete sitemap and complete map of the target website and then use them. So then I will be able to access all of its functionality, and then we'll try to discover the vulnerability and exploit them to gain access to my target. So right now my program is actually doing most of the heavy work, and most of the work is already done, and all the work is almost all done. So the extract link is from this is takes a URL and gives me the link of the URL. So then we actually are looping from here, so and filtering them in here. So I want to create a function, and I am going to call this function a crawl, as you can see, crawl, and I want to give this function a target URL, as you can see. So this will be the URL where we will start crawling from, and it will execute all of this code. So when is call this function, instead of getting the URLs of the target URL, we are going to get the URL from the function that will get us as an input. Then I'm just going to call this function from my code in here by saying crawl with target URL. So far I haven't implemented previously, so now I all implemented it. So all I did is put the code, and we wrote the function called crawl, and it takes a link, and it going to pass the link of my all external target links, and it will get me all the link inside of the page that can be accessed with the link. So all of these links are going to be stored in my href list, and then for each link in this list we are going to check if this link is not an external link or not. So if it's not, then in my target list is already, and then I'm going to add it to my target list. Now once we reach the line, we know that this link is a full URL, it's unique. So we haven't seen this link in our code before, so it's a link to my target, it's not an external link. So this means that this link is relevant, and I actually want to open this link and get all the link that can access to the web page that link loads. So it's basically similar to when I go in here and click on these links. So all I'm going to do is I'm literally going to call the crawl function again in here. So or you can call in here. So as you can see, and this time I'm going to pass it the current link, and we call the function again, so it's going to call itself. So this method is now a recursive, as you can see, recursive method, because something that we spoke before, basically any method that call itself is called a recursive method. So now that this method is going to do a first thing, and it's going to get all the links in the past URL. So if this URL is not an external URL, then if it is unique, so it's something that we haven't seen before, then just using this URL you just target my target list, then it will extract all the list from the URL. So basically this method will calling itself until it properly maps the whole website. So there is one thing is that you have to change, previously it was target underscore URL, so make sure it change this to URL, because as you can see all of these are in URL. That's what my function is takes as an input. So as you can see, the code is ready. So all we did today is basically just call the function, this exact same function. So once we know that we have this link that is interesting to us, we are doing this because this function will extract any further link and that might be found in this. So the interesting link, and it goes and it gonna add those link to my target link list. Therefore by the end I'm going to have a list of the all unique link in the target website, not in the target page but on the full website. So just run this code and it will just work fine, and it will give you all the website. And make sure you use your own website, or because if you use a specific website, it will crash the website because so many people will use this target URL. So it's better to use your own website or use like Metasploit, a database website, for your testing purpose. So if you run the code, you can see every time you will see that every time it will discover a new path, and it actually navigate inside of that. So you can see the link that you will be able to discover, then it will be able to discover another link inside of it. Then again in here it will discover the category, and it will discover then another link with that category. So it will just continue running all the pages and all the links, and then manage to get the all of this, because we structure our function like this because it's a recursive, and so that it call itself every time it sees an interesting link. So now I'm gonna stop all of this because already a lot of lectures are talking about this. So this is what crawler is used to do, and crawler is for other cases as well, and not just for hacking. There are number of programs that will do that for you in order to generate a sitemap, for example, and for your own website. Google uses this to archive website too, so that when people search for website, they can find what they are looking for. And I'm pretty sure that you can think of other example, or maybe you need some way to use it on a completely different manner for each one of you. So that's all about this lecture and this topic, and I think this is the end of this topic. So in this lecture we'll write a fuzzer in Python. So let's first talk about what is fuzzing or fuzz testing. So fuzz testing is a quality assurance technique that used to discover coding errors and security loopholes in software, operating system or networks. It involves inputting massive amount of random data called fuzz. So fuzzers work best for discovering vulnerabilities that can be exploited by buffer overflow, DOS, which is denial of service, then cross-site scripting, and also SQL injection. So these schemes are often used by malicious hacker intent on wreaking the greatest possible amount havoc in the least possible time. So fuzz testing is less effective for dealing with security threats that do not cause crashes, such as spyware, some viruses, trojans, or even keyloggers. Although fuzz testing is simple, it offers a high benefit to cost ratio and can often reveal serious defects that can be overlooked when software is written and debugged. It cannot provide a complete picture of the overall security, quality, or effectiveness of a program. However, it is most effective when used in conjunction with extensive black box testing, beta testing, and other proven debugging method. So let's start writing our fuzzer in Python. So I created a file named fuzzer.py in our PyCharm So I'll be using Kali Linux machine or virtual machine for this, because penetration testing or any kind of testing you should always use a virtual machine. It's safer and it's much easier. So just file, create it and open it. So first we need to import couple of the things, like import sys, as we all know what sys is. And we need to import mph. Then we need to also prog import program, then it will import program. Then we'll, okay, not this, it will be from mph, it will import program, then it will from fuzzing or like fuzzbang dot, which I will be using alphanumeric fuzzer. So let's use alphanumeric fuzzer and we will import it from alphanumeric fuzzer, similarly like previously that we import alphanumeric. Okay, alpha. So now then what you need to do is you need to provide an absolute path. So let's create that absolute path. So path to name. So in this we need to select our path. So let's select this path. So as you can see, similarly like this, you just select a path. So we're done with selecting path. So let's now go create a function. So let's create a string. So def run a string. So in here you need to send the provider string to the name program and run it with the input, and the return, and after that it will return the value name that will be given to us. So let's type program prg is equal to program path to name, then third bracket blank third bracket. Okay, I think there is some problem. Okay, reformat. So after that let's use append. So we need to append all of those paths, so on program. So let's use program dot append underscore string. Okay, there is some error, string string stdin, and it will be string. Okay, then we'll will use program dot execution exec, and after that we will return those retrieval. So just type return dot, okay, now return program dot retrieval it. So we are done with this. Now we need to generate input. So let's type def generate underscore input, and so it will, what this will do is it will return an alphanumeric string with a length that not greater than n. So basically we need to write a function that generates an alphanumeric string of a certain maximum length, and it should be noted that at this point there is no special reason to just use alphanumeric strings or arbitrary binary data that could be used, and it could potentially even expose further and more subtle vulnerabilities in program. So we will use alphanumeric input out of simplicity in our code. So let's type fuzzer is equal to alpha numeric fuzzer 0 and then we need to return and generate. So just type return f dot generate generate. Okay, then we are done with alphanumeric input. So we need to import or implement our main program now. So we now have a way of interacting with name and a way of generating a random input for generate input, this one. So all we need to do is we need to write some code to drive the actual fuzzing process by bringing the two together. So it will be right now if underscore name so just type this, which is the main program, which is if name is equal to main, then we need to give our usage, which is use a loop, which is if len okay, when what we need to do is under the name. Okay, so if len sys dot argv, then it will be is equal to 3. Then we need to print this, so just type print usage. So if you are using Python 3, so just type Python 3. Because I am using Python 3, so you have to type Python 3 fuzzer dot py numeric case max length. Usage, okay, banan bhul, okay, wrong, usage. Then we need to exit of this loop, so just type exit 1. So this is how we'll print our Python code, as you can see. This one, unsolved reference name. Okay, this one is right, I think. Okay. So now we need to do is we need to now use some command line arguments after ending this loop. So, or we need to fuzzing the target. So now that, as you can see, this code is works, so this fuzzer works, we can focus now on name rather than writing the fuzzer, and recall the name allocates a buffer of a fixed size. So let's use some command line arguments, which is numeric case is equal to integer system sys dot argv1. So this is the number of test case to run. This line defines is the test case to run, and then after that we'll use max underscore length is equal to integer sys dot argv, and it will be 2. So what this will do, it will maximum the length of each string. Then we'll use result. So results is equal to blank. Basically this is for listing the storing of the result of each test. So now we will use our main loop. Okay, so for I in range, which will be the number case, then what this will do, we need to generate our input string. So just type input is equal to generate input. Then we need to run the name with our input, so just type return underscore value is equal to run. And it will put a string which will be the input. Okay, now we need to save the text result to our global result list. So just type test underscore results is equal to dot bracket and test underscore results, and it will be the number, so just use num. Then it will be I. Okay, let's test underscore test underscore result for which will be for input. and this will be is equal to input. This will be result. Okay. So now again we need to use test or save the test result to output. So just type test result. Okay. Output, and it will be for output. So we need to append our all of those results. So just type result dot append. It's not output, it will be return value. Return underscore value. So results dot append, and it will be for all of those test underscore result. So now we are nearly at the end. What we need to do is we need to print the summary. So we need to use a loop. So just use for test in results as well ts. Then we need to print case hash id. Then we need to use dot format that we previously used for testing the number. So just I use format, then test number 1 2 3 bracket. Okay. Then again we need to print for in and out both. So just type print in plus test for input. Okay, then we need to use both for output. So just copy this, paste this, just type output or out. Then for test, okay, we need to add something in here like (4D). Then we need to use format in here, dot format. Then bracket test output. So replace this input as output bracket. Okay, another one. Okay, and we are done. So just simply type print /n. So this is the total code of your fuzzer. So in summary, we use two small and very simple Python packages to write a very simple fuzzer to help us diagnose issues in a program that we wrote, while name is the only a toy program, and most of what we did is, including this code that we write, can be easily abstracted by any general binary executable, both MPH and fastbank, that provide facilities to do that. So both those, fastbank and MPH. So if you just simply run the Python code, it will work. So that's all about, so that's the total code of those fuzzers.